I'd like to call this meeting of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners to order. It is February 13 and 9:02. We're going to get started today with prayer and pledge of allegiance. So if Father Kramer could come forward, we'll get this started.
Thank you. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. God of our many understandings, divine source of light and life, who I, along with many in this room, know as you were revealed in the person of Jesus Christ. We pray this morning for your healing grace and loving and just wisdom to be poured into the hearts of these commissioners, of our county staff, and others gathered in this place. On this Shrove Tuesday, the last day before the season of Lent begins, many of your servants are considering how they are called to repent, to follow you more faithfully. Make our repentance real. Provoke us in uncomfortable ways that we might not expect. God, in particular, I pray for those who have been and continue to be impacted by decisions of this board. I pray for families and households that are struggling because of reduced resources in the health department, especially those who will be more food insecure, those who will struggle to get the mental health support they need. I pray for people of color in our country who, when they saw our motto, "Where you belong," taken away, along with our Department of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, began to wonder once more if Ottawa County can still be a home for them, if they still belong in a place where freedom does not seem to ring for everyone, but is hoarded by those with privilege. God, I pray for queer kids who've been told that they're broken and whose attempts to understand who they are have been maligned. I pray for queer adults who increasingly don't feel safe, much less welcome walking on the street with their beloved. I pray for people of all faiths and those of no faith at all, who are scared of those with whom they disagree. Above all, loving God, I pray that decency, love, and justice would once more come to the forefront of how our county operates, how we treat one another, and how those in power allocate resources and talk about vulnerable and marginalized groups. I know we can do better, God, if we open our hearts to your love and let that love transform us into agents of your healing. Crack us open, God. I pray this in the name of the one who was killed outside the city by political and religious extremists who found his love offensive and unsettling. Jesus Christ, my Lord. Amen.
Thank you. If you could please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. All right. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Miss Cosby. Here. Mrs. Ebel. Mr. Zylstra.
Here.
Mr. Bonema.
Here.
Mr. Moss.
Here.
Mrs. Wenzel. Present. Mrs. Curran. Here. Mrs. Rhodey. Here. Mr. Belknap.
Here.
Mr. Bergman.
Here.
Mrs. Miedema. Here. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
All right, great. Seeing as we have no correspondence today, we're going to go right into public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to come and address the board. You'll have 3 minutes to deliver your comments to the chair. If you could state your name and jurisdiction when you start, that'd be great. Do we have a list?
Yes, we have 6 currently. Number 1 is Karen Obitz, Spring Lake.
Good morning, Karen Obitz, Spring Lake Village. Last night, I listened again to the final portion of Chair Moss's State of the County address, which he delivered at the prior board meeting. I wanted to reacquaint myself with some of his concluding statements in which he pivoted from a recap of past board actions to the priorities he said the board would focus on in the coming year. Statements like, "We will protect and prioritize the needs of families." Now, I appreciate the promise of support for families, but I hope we don't prioritize their needs at the expense of the needs of our elderly residents, those who are single, or households that may not resemble your family. This got my attention as well. We'll protect each parent's rights to guide their children's care and education. Followed by this somewhat cryptic statement, we'll be watchful of how the county interacts with the OAISD and local school districts. I know I'll be watchful as well, as I've already been seeing some concerning Ottawa Impact initiated efforts to undermine the Ottawa Community Schools Network. Then there was this claim. We'll support the meaningful work of community mental health and public health, ensuring the needs of the vulnerable are met while respecting parental rights and individual freedoms. Well, if this statement is to be believed, what's stopping the board from placing on the agenda the request of the Public Health Department to restore funding for Ottawa Foods? In closing, Chair Moss described Ottawa County as an amazing place with, among other things, wonderful people, strong churches, and a people who love freedom. Indeed, especially in the past year, I've come to know many wonderful people who live in Ottawa County, and I'm deeply grateful to be part of a church community at St. John's Episcopal in Grand Haven. However, prior to this year, it would never have crossed my mind to consider the love of freedom to be a salient characteristic of Ottawa residents. I do agree with Joe Moss that we have many reasons to celebrate Ottawa County, and in the past year, I've come to believe that this is true in no small part thanks to our excellent county administrative staff and years of excellent leadership on the part of prior boards. It's at meetings like this one that I'm able to listen to presentations by staff members in which they highlight the myriad public services available to residents, thanks in large part to their dedication and competence. Unfortunately, during the past year, I've also grown increasingly concerned that too many of this board's members have confused oversight with the level of micromanagement that I have observed verge on hostility on more than one occasion. I contend that the continued positive state of the county will require a more trusting and supportive posture on the part of certain members of this board over against county staff. And I contend that you can begin by placing on the agenda the request from Public Health to fully fund Ottawa Foods. Thanks.
Thank you.
Number 2, Adria Hill, Holland Township.
Good morning, Adria Hill, Holland Township. Today, I am here to discuss the 2 key elements of the recent strategic planning committee meeting. The first up is for the board's vote today, and the second I will share an applicable case study. I am here to voice my support for the expenditure of $100,000 for a strategic planning consultant that you will be voting on. The one condition to my support is that the board, Administrator Gibbs, and the involved other leaders and anybody else from the public who might be involved in the strategic planning approach the process with open minds and not hardened ideas on what the plan should be or how to get there. If we are going to pay up to $100,000 for someone with this expertise, we need to respect that expertise. The second topic is the proposed cost of services analysis. It is concerning that Administrator Gibbs and members of this board have found a measure of success when the strategic plan has not yet been developed. Now, I'm an analytical person. I gravitate towards data and numbers that can help me see the full situation. But as strong of a desire that I have for numerical information, I recognize that not everything can be measured effectively. Numbers don't paint the full picture. So as I go into my case study, I'd love the active listening of all board members, as opposed to those who seem to be distracted by other tasks at the moment. From 2002 to 2016, an organization decided to focus a part of its business based on numbers of products sold. They taught their staff how to sell more and created incentives to help drive behaviors that led towards those more sales. They focused so much on that number of products sold that each week, month, and quarter, and year, that it became part of the culture to drive for that specific number. Employees felt like they had to hit a target number in order to keep their job. The organization's board kept seeing positive numbers that were better than past performance and better than the performance of their competitors. They didn't look beyond the quantitative numbers. If they had, they may have seen that in order to prove the number of products sold, employees of Wells Fargo were illegally creating fake accounts. The myopic focus on the quantitative numbers led to a $3 billion fine for the bank. What I hope I've gotten across is that performing various cost-benefit analysis is a good thing, but it cannot be the only factor in the decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 3, Rebecca Patrick, Allendale Township.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rebecca Patrick, Allendale Township. I'm here to speak to your agenda item regarding authorizing an RFP for strategic planning and the cost per service analysis that appears to be part of the plan. Regarding the cost per service analysis, it's not clear to me how this will help you. Once you determine the cost per service of something, how will you determine if it costs too much? While government needs to be fiscally responsible, reducing the cost per service to the lowest possible level is not the goal. The goal of government is to help people thrive. Let's take law enforcement as an example. Part of law enforcement's job is to be prepared to take care of people in an emergency. The Sheriff's Emergency Management Unit has equipment and staff that have a high cost per service because they're only used occasionally for emergencies. Is that a bad thing? Should we not have such things? Viewed through a cost per service lens, we probably wouldn't even have our beautiful parks. Millions of dollars worth of lakefront property sitting there mostly unoccupied for half the year. We can see why this type of analysis has very little applicability to the work of government. Now let's look at the strategic planning action request in today's packet. There is very little detail in this request. It appears to be a request for a $100,000 blank check. You should be looking at an actual RFP draft for approval so that you know the scope of work. Will you be issuing an RFP for facilitation of a strategic plan? Or is it for facilitation and preparation of a strategic plan? Will you require potential vendors to have experience developing strategic plans for government? Do you want a community survey in conjunction with this? What is the time frame for completion? Will this have any bearing on this year's budget development? And most of all, what exactly are you asking the vendor to do for $100,000 of taxpayers' money? I recommend that you table this request and require development of a draft RFP to review before you take further action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 4, Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township.
Good morning, Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township, Chairman Moss. The mission of the Michigan Public Service Commission is to serve the public by ensuring safe, reliable, and accessible energy and telecommunication services at reasonable rates. The Michigan Public Service Commission is vested by law with the power and jurisdiction to ensure safe, reliable utility services at reasonable rates. To accomplish this, the Michigan Public Service Commission provides numerous functions relating to rate making, facility siting, and need determination, customer assistance and protection, reliability, public safety, and licensing, and fostering competitive markets. Michigan's electric system is comprised of generating plants, transmission lines, and distribution facilities. The Michigan Public Service Commission is responsible for electric utility regulation for generation and distribution functions in the state of Michigan for 7 privately owned electric utilities. The Michigan Public Service Commission is to ensure they have adequate supply of electric energy to serve Michigan's homes and businesses in each service territory when demand is highest, and approves the rates and condition for service, including metering and billing to residential, commercial, and industrial customers. In materials handed out to announce Save Campbell by Joel McCarter, claims are made that consumers' energy has needlessly endangered the energy security of West Michigan. Let's call it what it is: fear-mongering. Fear-based marketing works. Many can recall the hype of Y2K. Fear is impulse-based. Fear is not rational. Fear is the magic that doomsday thinkers use to cast a spell on the uninformed.
Thank you.
Number 5, Joel Studebaker, Jamestown Township.
Good morning. Jesus asked us to pray like this. Our Father in heaven, may your name be kept holy. May your kingdom come soon. May your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today the food we need and forgive us our sins as we have forgiven those who sin against us. And don't let us yield to temptation, but rescue us from the evil one. Jesus loves us while he equally does not tolerate, and in fact, he hates our sin. Paul, the writer of most of the New Testament, wrote it this way in 1 Corinthians 6:9-11. Don't you realize that those who do wrong will not inherit the kingdom of God? Don't fool yourselves. Those who indulge in sexual sin or who worship idols or commit adultery or are male prostitutes or practice homosexuality or are thieves or greedy people or drunkards or are abusive or cheat people, none of these will inherit the kingdom of God. Some of you were once like that, but you were cleansed. You were made holy. You were made right with God by calling on the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and by the Spirit of our God. True love is caring more about a person's eternal destiny than their feelings or even their friendship. Telling someone the truth in love is actually very difficult, but God did not call us to take the easy path. In John chapter 2, it talks about how Jesus created a whip out of 3 cords, went through the table, cracked that whip, and said, "Stop making my Father's house a den of thieves." And then in Matthew chapter 23, he 12 times called the Pharisees hypocrites and brood of vipers. So in summary, Jesus did not take kindly to religious leaders who fleeced the sheep. He also does not take kindly to a lack of integrity. For example, we have something in Ottawa called the Ottawa Conservatives PAC, where a bunch of people got together blatantly begging for Democrat votes because they know that Republicans won't actually support them. We have Democrats publicly calling for crossover into our Republican primaries because we have an open primary system, which is ripe for fraud. We have a QVF that was turned back, and the clock was turned back to 2014 in the 2020 election, yielding somewhere between 600,000 and 800,000 fake voters, which is an opportunity to cheat. And we have machine, which supposedly the imaging doesn't work, and yet we adjudicate using imaging from those machines. So Jesus is not a fan of a lack of integrity. Jesus calls us to take the difficult path, walk the straight path, even if it's up a mountain, because we're to stay on the path as we were taught via the Pilgrim's Progress. I encourage all of us to do just that.
Thank you.
Number 6, Marla Walsh, Holland Township.
Good morning. Marla Walters, Holland Township, District 4. When the board majority voted to cut in half the funds for health education, there wasn't enough money left to pay the food program coordinator. Money from one budget line item can't be transferred to another, so it was very disheartening to watch some of you blame a health department employee for your decision. A formal request was made by the health department to revisit this in the new year. We expected the finance committee to discuss it last week, but they did not. Why wasn't it put on the agenda? When questioned by a reporter, Mr. Moss asked why he was so hyper-focused on one little tiny issue. Let me ask you, Joe, do you think housebound seniors looking for a hot meal and little children going to bed hungry think that this is a little tiny issue? For a multitude of reasons. There are many people who simply can't afford nutritious food. Volunteer some time at Kids Food Kitchen Community Action House, or other nonprofits, and you'll see firsthand the great need in our county. These agencies rely on the kindness of donations, yes, but they can't organize the distribution of food without a county food program coordinator. There seems to be plenty of money for your projects, so why haven't you allocated the funds for this? If we keep hearing about delays or excuses, the only logical conclusion we can draw is that you just don't care. Your constituents deserve you to care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the pre-registered.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Anyone at all? We do have a second opportunity for public comment later in the meeting. Okay, moving on, we'll go to item 6, approval of the agenda. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Bonema.
I noticed the absence of our administrator this morning. Do you know the status of his whereabouts?
We're going to go to Commissioner Zylstra because we're speaking to the agenda at this point.
Well, I have
Commissioner
questions.
Zylstra,
Great.
we need to keep our questions in order and keep business going. Commissioner Zylstra,
Thanks, appreciate that. I do have a number of items I'd like to introduce to the agenda.
why don't we take them one by one?
Sounds great. First one, there can be 3 from public health and then 2 from finance. So I'm gonna hand out some,
Why don't we take the first one and why don't you
you got it.
state what you would like added to the
Yeah,
agenda?
let me pass it out and I'll read it while you're. So the first one is a move to place on the agenda a motion to approve a contract with Lakeshore Regional Entity for substance use disorder prevention in the amount of $8,810.
I'll second that.
We have a motion to amend the agenda with what you have in front of you. Okay. Are there any comments?
That item was tabled in December and just want to make sure it doesn't get lost.
All right. None of whatever these items are have been brought to the chair before this point. I've told Commissioner Zylstra that I would simply oppose randomly bringing items back to the chair during the meeting
Right.
without having any prior discussion with the chair.
May I be recognized?
And so does anyone else have any comments on this? Commissioner Cosby?
Sitting on the CMH board, has this gone through CMH board process before and then been denied? Why are we bringing it here?
Well, this was on the finance agenda in December and it was tabled on the finance agenda and it just, got lost, I guess. So I'm still making sure that.
Sound,
Such a nominal fee, $8,810. Do you recall why we
I didn't table it, so I don't recall why it got
you
tabled.
weren't present?
I was
during
present.
that? I
It-
need to know more information.
it sounds to me like this is something that was tabled in finance, so would really much more be a finance item.
Well, we were all in finance at the
So-
point, so.
Does anyone else have any?
Had I known that you were going to bring it forward.
Okay, let me just address that issue real quick. I have no problem with bringing items forward. I've done that in the past. They have not made it to the agenda. If I have, assurance that items passed to the chair with due consideration will be placed on the agenda, I have no problem returning to that.
Commissioner Zylstra, I'm not going to simply add any item that you ask to be put on the agenda. I'd consider each item independently.
Okay.
But you have not even given the courtesy of even that in this situation. So if anyone else has any other comments, well, Commissioner Rhodey?
I would just know, I also think it would be more appropriate that if this was tabled in finance, this should have been sent to the finance chair for consideration. And any commissioner can send a request to the chair of a subcommittee and standing committee, and that would have been the appropriate measure on this.
I agree. Yeah.
Can we get,
Commissioner Bergman,
can we get an assurance that this is going to be taken up by the finance committee?
you may speak to the finance chair after this meeting,
All
sir.
right,
Yeah,
thank
thank you.
I'm happy
Um,
to have that conversation.
Okay.
Called a question?
Yeah, let's, if there's no objection, we'll just go to a roll call vote on this. The motion is to add the item before you to the agenda to approve a contract with the LRE for substance use disorder prevention.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. Commissioner Zylstra, do you have any more that you would like to review?
I have 4 more to go, so yeah,
Great,
I
let's keep
appreciate
going.
your patience, and I will pass the motion along. Second motion is to place on the agenda a motion to approve the request from Public Health to add 1 FTE Administrative Assistant 2 position at a cost of $85,602.
Is there support?
Yes. Support.
We have a motion and support. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Zylstra.
Yeah, so my understanding is this item was approved by HR, but again, I don't know if there was a lost in the shuffle around New Year's, and this just hasn't made it to finance. I'm totally fine with these items that I am proposing and the next item going to finance, but I would like it to be on our agenda. We can then designate it to go to committee, but then there's a date certain, and since we're not on finance, then folks around this dais who are not there have assurance that these items will be taken up by finance.
Commissioner Zylstra, I'm just going to reiterate what I said before, and also say that it seems like you could have very easily spoken to the chair of finance instead of try to bring these to a board meeting. Seems like you just wanted to do it in public so you could make a scene. Seems sort of unnecessary. The people in the crowd could please not interrupt the meeting. That would be great. And we'll continue. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote on adding this item to the agenda to approve the request for public health to add 1.0 FTE Administrative Assistant 2 position at a cost of $85,602.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel, Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Moss.
No,
Motion fails.
thank you. Next one.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate that. Third motion is also from Public Health, passing that out as well. Is a move to place on the agenda a motion to approve the request from Public Health to increase the general fund contribution to health education for a health educator to work as out-of-food coordinator for the remainder of fiscal 2024 at a cost of approximately $75,796 for the remaining 7.5 months.
We have a motion. Is there support?
Yes. Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Zylstra, second from Commissioner Bergman. Commissioner Zylstra, why don't you address this one as well?
Yeah, for sure. So we've discussed obviously out-of-food a number of times. It has been the news as well. But we haven't had this yet as a formal agenda item, whether on the Board of Commissioners or on finance. I have talked to the finance chair about this item. I believe that it deserves full consideration. Whether that means it gets put on the board on the agenda day and gets sent to committee with a date certain, I'm fine with that, but I do think that this item deserves some assurance as far as consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Zylstra. Just bring up again that you probably should have waited for the finance chair to bring this forward, but thank you for bringing
I
it forward
have
so we could
communicated with her, so.
look at it. Commissioner Curran.
Thank you. This is actually something I would genuinely like to see on the finance and administration on the next agenda. So I just wanted to share that. I hope we can put that on there and get a vote on this.
Great. Any other comments?
I do.
Commissioner Bonema?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is something that's been brought up multiple times from the board. I was given assurances by Administrator Gibbs that the funding for this position was included in the budget. It's on camera. I've been made aware that this was going to be dealt with. We are going into the spring and summer months where this role becomes more and more critical to our community. So I would echo Commissioner Curran's statement that this is something that we need to address sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Any other comments before we go to a vote? Commissioner Cosby?
Just for clarity purposes, it was not brought to the finance chair to be placed on the agenda last finance meeting. The budget was approved for this fiscal year, which did not include this position. But we also have how many positions available currently in the health department? Like 10? So there is monies available. And I believe this position is actually being funded. It's not the position itself, but the person who held this position is being funded differently, but is still currently employed, contrary to what was said in the newspaper.
In a different department.
Commissioner,
May I just
Contrary to what said in the newspaper, the person is currently employed, just using different funding methods, not through Ottawa.
May I just
All right, well,
follow up
this
on
is
that?
not the time to sit and argue about this item. We're looking at adding it to the agenda or not.
I just have a clarification about what Commissioner Cosby just said. Are you saying that the health department does have the discretion to move funding from one job position to another? That
I
they
say
could use
have
that funding right
ample-
now?
They have ample funding and how they choose to do their work, I don't know what their discretion is. I would have to talk to County Administrator Gibbs.
Okay.
Good thing to follow up with after this meeting. Yeah. Commissioner Miedema?
I guess I have a question. I noticed on finance last week, you had a agenda item talking about fiscal services, internal audit, as well as a cost of service report. Are those two items that will possibly, as the information gets brought back forward, is going to give us more information that would help in making a more informed decision on anything that related to Ottawa Foods, perhaps?
Absolutely. So as county commissioners in leadership role, we're responsible for the budget and then appropriations of funds in order to understand, not necessarily derive cost analysis to the county. I've been asking for very simple information. And that is what we are requesting. We were requesting from the finance department as of, I think it's March 5th, if I remember correctly, 2024. So I think it'll be very helpful to understand kind of more, I think, comprehensively what the needs are and how we're funding those. But like an ICU versus emergency department versus med surge, each patient based upon level of need requires more services or less services. And I'm just looking at it from an analytical perspective, more data driven than anything else.
Excellent. All right. Well, we still have this motion on up for a vote here. So it is, the motion was to add this third item to the agenda. Any other comments before we go to a roll call vote? Okay, let's go to a vote.
Mr. Bonema?
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel? No. Mr. Bergman?
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema?
No.
Mrs. Wenzel?
No.
Ms. Cosby?
No.
Mrs. Rhodey?
No.
Mrs. Curran?
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra?
Yes.
Mr. Belknap?
No.
Mr. Moss?
No,
Motion fails.
thank you. Let's go to number 4. Commissioner Zylstra, what do you have?
Right, so 4 and 5 are kind of together. You can tell me if we want to put them together or separate. Those do concern the cost of service and the internal audit. There were 2 items on the finance agenda. So I guess I'll just pick up the first one, move to place the request for ARPA internal audit approved at finance committee on the agenda for today.
We have a motion. Is there support? Seeing none.
support it, but I've got questions about,
Mhm.
okay, so let's hear from
I
Mr.
appreciate that.
Zylstra.
Okay, we have a motion and support. So Commissioner Zylstra, please,
Appreciate the second, just to let me kind of explain. So my understanding of standing committees is that they don't have, at least the way they're currently configured, don't have the ability to take final action. That's only the prerogative of the Board of Commissioners. So I'm just asking that this and next will be the cost of service report to be placed on the Board of Commissioners agenda so we can discuss and approve that item, the board.
well, sir, I don't know how to tell you this, but your understanding is incorrect.
It's just my understanding. It may be
Right.
incorrect. I'm not-
The committee is able to do business of the committee. So
Okay,
I would really encourage you to follow up with the chair of the finance committee on this item,
okay, I guess.
since I don't think there's been any discussion about this at all before now.
Well, I
You
guess-
could have brought it to
Sure.
the chair of the board. You could have brought it to the chair of
I do
finance.
pick up my phone calls as
Okay.
well when you call, Commissioner Zylstra.
Okay, I guess I was
But yeah,
expecting
I'm
to see it on the
happy to
agenda
share
today.
why we're doing this.
What's that?
Well,
I'm happy to share why we're doing this.
No, I understand why we're doing it, and that makes, we can have differences on, why or why not to do this, but I guess my concern is that I don't believe that committees have the authority to take action themselves. That authority comes from the board. My understanding of the board rules is that committees are advisory, an advisory committee can't make a final decision. That is my
actually
understanding.
support this initiative, actually.
Well, if you'd like to share just very briefly, since we are supposed to be talking about our agenda, that would be great. And then we'll try to wrap this part up.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
So Lakeshore Habitat for Humanity came and presented at the Finance Committee with requests. It was a request with Jubilee Homes for approximately like 40 new housing starts here in the community. So first home ownership opportunities. So we went to see how much money was actually available to Lakeshore Habitat for Humanity, only to discover that we've moved all the ARPA funds as of November 2022 out of ARPA and the ARPA requirements and eligibility requirements and into something called board initiatives, which is within, I think, our general fund. So it has separate eligibility requirements. And so our initiatives now are going, board initiatives have a different flavor. We can't help in the ways that we thought we might be able to. So currently what we're doing is that we are asking Habitat for Humanity to look at other counties to see if they, throughout the United States, to see if they've ever funded housing projects. And if so, then we can go forward. But had it been ARPA dollars, we would have been able to absolutely bring that, bring their request forward here to the Board of Commissioners. Now we're going to have to take a different avenue, but I'm hoping that they can actually come up with those examples. So legally we can do that. My question is, why did that money get moved in November of 2022
Great question.
So
to the general fund?
we will be able to get into that much more with that item in finance. Thank you. And I really appreciate all of the hard work of really digging into those details and looking for ways that we can meet needs that are identified in the community. It's excellent. Commissioner
I want to
Zylstra.
respect the chair said about speaking to the motion in front of us.
Yes,
The motion in
yes.
front of us is to get on the agenda. I just want to, I'm assuming that if we don't pass this, I withdraw the second motion.
But we could definitely hear the next one too. That's okay.
Okay. It's going to
So
be very similar, but I guess my main concern is if this motion fails, will the report, the internal audit be available to all board members at the same time?
Absolutely.
At the same time?
I don't.
It'll be publicly
Probably is
available.
going to come to the Finance Committee first. You're welcome to be here for the Finance Committee if you want to hear it.
Right, but it will be
in that
available to everyone
capacity.
at the same time on the board.
I haven't really thought through that. I don't see
Okay.
a reason why it wouldn't be available.
Okay.
It'll be public in the packet. Yeah, it's public information.
That is my
Yeah.
question. If there's an assurance that the internal audit, as well as the cost of services report would be available to all commissioners at the same time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Appreciate that.
I have no idea why you would ask if it would be available. It's
There have
it's a
been times-
board action, it's
There
committee
have been times in
action.
the past
So
that information has not been uniformly shared, so I appreciate that.
I look forward to seeing all that information in finance. That'll be great. And available to all board members and everyone in Ottawa County. It'd be great. Okay, we need to go to a vote on this one, unless you'd like to withdraw that motion. Let's go to a roll call vote, please. This would be to amend the agenda again.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel.
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mr. Moss,
No.
motion fails.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to Commissioner Zalstra for one more.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I would really like to hear the last one. I
Okay.
think it might be helpful.
I think it's gonna be the same, but,
Well, then we could, that's okay. We just hear it and then
okay.
let people
I mean,
decide. If it doesn't get a second,
it
then
may not get a second, so.
Yeah.
Move to place a request for the cost of service report approved at Finance Committee on the agenda for the same reasons.
I'll support that.
Okay.
There's a motion and support. And do you have any other comments?
Like I said, I don't believe the Finance Committee has the authority to mandate final action and just like to see it on the board agenda.
Okay. Commissioner Cosby, would you like to speak to that particular item, the cost of service? Very briefly?
Briefly, yes, because one of our.
Are we
speakers
speaking to
today-
the motion or to the motion from the motion? I mean,
I'm asking Commissioner Cosby to speak to this briefly.
rationale.
Mhm.
So approximately 14 months I've been asking for these data points. And I guess, the only way I can offer an explanation is experiential, for instance. So, there,
I don't believe it was a second either, so.
I
Oh, you did.
I
Sorry,
supported
apologize.
it.
I apologize.
Yes, it's okay.
sorry. It's like, again, like I said, through our leadership role, we have responsibility for budget and appropriations. The only way I know how to understand a business in their business units in hospitals, these are business units, within our county, is to understand, it's like, what's the work that they're doing, the programs? How many FTEs are allocated to those and how many people are we serving? Knowing full well, for instance, in an ICU, I'm going to have a lower patient population than I am in an ER. I just want to know so I can better understand, who are my people? What are the processes we use? And what resources are necessary to deliver that work? And my county in Ottawa looks very different than counties on the east side of the state. That's why we have regionality. That's why we have counties. That's why we have county sheriffs. It's why we have county health departments, because our illness or our needs are going to be different than other communities. It's just simply an assessment. And I guess I've been struck at the fact that I haven't been able to get the information. It hasn't been to be punitive in any way. It's to better understand so I can understand how to allocate accurately.
Looking forward to seeing that. And if there's no other comments, we'll just go to a vote.
Mr. Bergman,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel.
No.
Mr. Moss,
No.
motion fails.
All right. Anything additional? Before we go to the main motion, which was to approve the agenda for today. Commissioner Bonema.
Were you talking about the consent agenda?
No, that'll
That's
come
next.
next.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. Anything else? Okay, let's go to a roll call vote on that agenda.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, excellent. So at this point, we're up to 7 consent resolutions. Commissioner Bonema did ask before the meeting if we could move F, the 2025 budget calendar, to 8C. So we'll definitely make that change, Commissioner Bonema. We'll go to Commissioner Bergman.
Actually, D through N should all be off the consent agenda.
Okay, so you're requesting D through N to be
Those are-
off
Those are all items that haven't
Then-
been approved yet.
Right, they came from finance, right? They were looking for board approval.
Right.
Yes.
So they should not be on the consent agenda.
Well, they are very non-controversial. They
Should
are a
still not
perfect
be
fit
on.
for consent. But we'll definitely remove them off. So now I guess what we're gonna do is just consider items D through N as the action items, C through whatever that ending is there.
B, right?
So, any other changes to the consent agenda before we look for a motion to approve it? Okay, so I need an actual motion to approve the consent agenda, but minus items D through N.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. If there's no additional comments, we'll just do a roll call vote real quick.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, now we're up to 8A, authorization to retain legal services. The suggested motion is to authorize the Board of Commissioners to retain Brooke Bissonette and his firm, Gwynn and Bissonette PLLC, to provide legal services in connection with the January 15, 2024 letter to the board from Butzel regarding Administrator John Gibbs. I gotta get a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Medema, support from Commissioner Rhodey. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, could you just kind of explain a little bit further this item?
Yeah, it's pretty clear just on its face. The board received the letter from Administrator Gibbs, and this will pull in additional support so we can respond to it.
So I guess my question is that current council is stepping back just in this matter.
Right.
And that is because Administrator Gibbs is obviously a current county employee.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I guess my
Yeah.
question is, can we have a more formal policy around this? I mean, I understand why we're doing this and I'll vote in favor of this, but I would like to see going forward a more, I mean, it makes sense what you're doing here, but it would also make sense then to have a more
Yeah.
consistent policy that if we have a current employee and there is,
I
a situation,
agree with you.
Um,
Yes. Yeah.
so whether that's something that Jack can just draw up, or we have to send that to planning. But I would like to see a policy, whereas if I'm an employee and I have an issue that, corporate
Right,
counsel steps aside as per policy.
Right. I've spoken to corporate counsel and also noted that same type of need. And so I think that then would be appropriate for conversation and
Okay.
go to planning, that kind of thing.
So you wanted to go to planning, or do you want corporate to?
I will follow up with you personally about that item after this board meeting.
Okay, I mean, obviously, we have another employee who is in litigation, and that would obviously apply to her as well, so.
Well, you can say anything is obvious that you want, Commissioner Zylstra.
Okay, well, I mean, if we're generating a policy that's uniform that applies to all employees, we do have an employee who is also in litigation. And if we have a consistent policy, I think that would be benefit all employees.
I really look forward to seeing what corporate counsel could advise on that.
All right,
Yeah, that'd be great. Any other discussion? If not, let's go to a roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Unanimous, yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, excellent. Just a quick reminder for all board members, if you could make sure you keep your mics, right up by your mouth, that'd be great, because then it helps people in the audience. 8B, hiring and transfer freeze. Suggested motion is to implement a hiring and transfer freeze that applies to proposed hires and transfers by the Ottawa County Administrator, effective immediately until further notice. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Bergman and support from Commissioner Curran. Any discussion?
Yeah, I wonder if you can get a little bit more, flesh that out a little bit for us.
Pretty clear on his face, kind of keep the status quo as it is right now. And, make sure we get things handled and respond to this letter and other things like that.
I guess I'm concerned that until the further notice, I understand, 8A, supportive of 8A. I do think that Administrator Gibbs is our administrator. I guess I am hesitant to establish a precedent where if there is an issue, then that department is, frozen from action, right? I mean, if this is a temporary, situation, but if it sets a precedent where if there is litigation, then that department is cut out from acting, then I think that's a detriment to the county.
Well noted.
Okay, I
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Or we'll go to Commissioner Bonema.
Are we aware of any offers that have been extended that we need to address with pending hires?
No,
We're not. Okay.
I mean, I can only speak for myself. I'm not. No.
I'm just wondering, are we leaving any potential hires in limbo because of this action?
I don't believe so, but you could definitely follow up with Administrator Gibbs after the meeting on that.
Will he be here
Yeah.
today?
I believe so. Yeah.
Is there a reason why he's not occupying his chair right now?
You'll have to ask him. I don't know.
Is he?
He may have
in the
another
back?
meeting.
Has anybody seen him today?
I don't know. But you feel free to go, leave the board meeting and go check if you'd like. Yeah. So any other comments still on
Mr.
this
Epperson, would you
agenda?
mind checking if Mr. Gibbs is in his office? 'Cause
Commissioner
we're gonna have some
Panama.
questions.
Any other comments on this item?
That's my comment. Would you mind checking his office to see if he's occupying it? Thank you.
Maybe after you're done with your duties in the meeting. Thank you. So we're going to go to a vote on the hiring and transfer freeze. Do roll call, please.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Ms. Rhodey, Mrs.
Yes.
Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, we're on 8C, which is going to start with what used to be 7D. Accounts payable for December 22, 2023 through January 25, 2024. The suggested motion is to approve the general claims in the amount of $17,740,481.57 as presented by the summary report for December 22, 2023 through January 25, 2024. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Second.
The motion and support, I think, from Commissioner Belknap. Any discussion? Commissioner Bergman, did you have anything on this item? No. Okay. Well, let's go to a roll call vote.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema. Sorry, Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes, and if you could repeat, Mr.
Mr.
Bonds.
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we are on what was 7E. Sorry, I'm not keeping track here. What is this? 8D? Okay. Quarterly financial status report. A suggested motion is to receive for information the detailed financial statements for the general fund and mental health fund, as well as a higher level summary for the special revenue funds through the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2024.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and support. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go to a roll call vote.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go to, please, don't interrupt Commissioner Bonema. We're going to continue with our agenda. We're going to go to 8E, which is the 2025 budget calendar. The suggested motion is to approve the 2025 budget calendar. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and support. Any discussion on the 2025 budget calendar?
Do you want to go, Jake?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonema.
I appreciated our conversation last night over the phone on this topic. As we reviewed the budget calendar together, we talked about the role and responsibility of commissioners and that we have an ample opportunity to address questions publicly so that our constituents can see us ask informed questions that they are asking themselves. When we reviewed this calendar together, we saw that there was not an opportunity for those of us that are not currently serving on finance and administration or planning and policy to ask specific budget related questions in front of the public. I'd like to be able to have an opportunity. I think other commissioners, which is near half the board, would like an opportunity. Maybe they don't have questions, but an opportunity for the full board to interact and ask questions about the budget prior to being asked to vote for it on August 26. During that conversation, we both identified the potential of August 13, as that would be an opportunity that would happen after both finance and administration and planning and policy have done their work on the budget. And I would like some discussion around that date to allow full board participation in asking questions on the budget.
Thank you. Yeah, August 13, the board sets the public hearing, notices the public hearing. We do have a board meeting that day. So I would definitely support having an item on that agenda that I think it will probably be on that agenda, but to review the county budget at that point. It'll provide a good opportunity for board members to be asking questions in public. And I think that would be great. Yeah. Commissioner Zylstra.
Yeah, so I appreciate a lot of what Jacob said. I agree with him. I think there's a real problem with the way this calendar is constructed. Kind of rests with how finance and planning committees are arranged this year. Got a handful of commissioners doing the CIP and budget work. CIP gets worked on by a handful of commissioners and approved only by a handful of commissioners at finance. The only role for the Board of Commissioners here that I can see is that we are adopting on the 24th the budget that has been worked through in a number of special sessions. I'll go back to the idea that, in our board rules, it says committees are advisory in nature. I just don't see how those committees have that power and authority to present us a budget to adopt. Having said that, I'd like to make a motion to amend the CIP and Finance Committee operating budget work session number 1 and number 2 to make all 3 a BOC operating budget work session.
Could you please restate that motion?
So there's going to be 2. First one is motion to amend the CIP and Finance Committee operating budget work sessions 1 and 2 to make all 3 sessions a BOC operating budget work session.
Motion to amend the CIP and Finance Committee work sessions 1 and 2 to be full board work sessions?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there support?
Support. I think that makes everything consistent.
We have motion and support. Any discussion?
I would like to know historically, how many of the commissioners actually sat on the Finance Committee?
So we've had 5. We've never had special sessions though. So I think it's a special session that I'm amending. And just the idea that if we're going to have a special work session, that should involve all of us.
Thank you.
Is that,
Commissioner Curran?
yeah.
Yeah.
Jumped the gun a little.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that how you all did it in the past, Commissioner Bergman?
It was meeting of the whole.
Okay, it was a meeting of the whole. Okay.
It was my understanding that finance and administration have actually added these work sessions and added additional work sessions for the finance committee, and so the public can hear from the departments and from administration on the budget. I believe these are new.
And
Commissioner
our
Cosby.
CIP process is our CIP process is much more robust than it ever has been in the past, correct?
That's my understanding too. That's also fairly new as
Trying to
well.
build that
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
Yeah, no,
Zalstra.
I agree with you. They were ads last year and I really appreciated them. I think that what happened last year, obviously, is that we had committee structures that were committees of the whole, basically. So that any work sessions were work sessions of the whole.
Yeah.
I do think the work sessions are positive. I do think they will be negative if it's limited to a handful of commissioners. Therefore, the basis of the motion.
So
Commissioner Curran, yeah. Yeah, microphone.
So I think what he's saying is in the past, finance has had 5 people that sat on the full committee. But when it came to
Correct.
work sessions, it was open to everybody or all the board. And I think that's the change he's asking for. Yeah.
But I
Commi-
think what I'm hearing is that we didn't have work sessions before. This is something new that this board has actually offered.
Right. Commissioner Rhodey?
Yes, just to follow up on what Mr. Cosby just said. So the work sessions are new as of last year. We have not had them before in the budget process. And so because we had full board standing committees, everybody was present. And so, that's why we had all voices at the table during that process. And personally, I'm not opposed to having all voices at the table during those special work sessions. I think that probably is a helpful thing. So, I support the suggestion.
By the way, we did have work sessions that covered the budget. So they were separate from the finance committee meetings. They were work sessions that were often followed our board meetings.
Thank you.
Or sometimes they were separate from board meetings.
Commissioner Rhodey?
So would a potential suggestion be to not have these be finance committee budget work sessions? Should these be full board work sessions? I mean, it's a subtle change,
Right.
but we could just have it fall under a full board work session instead of a finance.
Is it an amendment to the motion? Because I'll support that.
Maybe could we just do a friendly amendment and adjust your?
I mean, if that's an amendment to the motion, I mean, just to be clear, I mean, my second motion is to make the meeting on the 17th also a BOC meeting of the whole. So if we just want to amend this one to say all the special meetings will be BOC meetings, then I won't need to make that second meeting, and I'll support that amendment,
Why don't we take this first one?
whichever you want to do. Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
So what I'm hearing, I think I'm hearing from Commissioner Rhodey is an amendment to your amendment to make these 2 meetings in August, the Planning and Policy and Finance Committee board work sessions,
Sure.
not committee work sessions.
There are 3. There's one.
So
planning-
we're on these 2 here.
Right, so
we're-
the motion was the planning and policy work session, which doesn't have a date. Then the 2 sessions 1 and 2 of finance.
Right.
And the second motion was going to be about the one on the 17th.
So we're trying to stay on your first motion.
Yes.
Yes. So what I hear is motion from Commissioner Rhodey to amend your motion to say that the August Planning and Policy Committee and Finance Committee meetings on the schedule that don't have dates will actually be board work sessions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there support for that?
Support.
Just.
Okay, we have motion and
just to
support for that
clarify,
amendment.
the 3 meetings, right? First planning and policy and. the first
Commissioner-
two- I just
Commissioner
wanted-
Zylstra, no. we're working on your first motion, which is for those first two.
My first motion was for the first three.
Your first motion was for the first three? I heard the first two, sorry.
So the motion was, there is no date on this, but Planning and Policy Committee CIP review work session.
Mhm.
Make that a VOC session. And then
Okay,
Finance Committee Operating Budget Work Session number 1. Finance Committee Operating Work Session number 2. Three
Thank you.
meetings, convert those to. If
Thank
that was,
you.
if that was the
Yes,
intent, if
that
that
is-
was the
that is
intent
right.
of your motion, Commissioner, then I'll definitely.
Yes.
okay, yes, that matches exactly what I wrote down. Thank you, Commissioner Zalstra. Okay, so that was the first motion to amend, but now we have a motion to amend the amended motion, which is to actually make those three in August that do not have dates, board work sessions. And there was support from Commissioner Bottoма. Okay, great.
Ross?
And Commissioner
Okay,
Miedema.
I'm support of this. I just have a question if all the dates will end up gelling with anything with Karen from fiscal, if there's anything needing to get certain dates out to the public, like how the Board of Commissioner meetings fall, is there anything that we need to be
Well,
taking in?
I think that's part of the reason why those dates are to be determined, is because they still have to go through some of that process. Like, this is a guideline, this budget calendar.
Right, and I definitely agree with what you're saying,
Yeah.
Commissioner, if we can kind of time them maybe to match with board, then. obviously
Right,
it's
we'll
better.
just try to time them so it's
Right.
easy. Yeah, absolutely. Does that help?
I guess I'm just wondering, is there going to be any necessary changes to any of the other dates due to how we're doing this?
If there are, then then staff will make sure to bring that forward.
Okay.
So that we can address it. But this is like 6 months away, so I think we'll be okay.
Want to ask Karen?
Karen's
Do
here,
we
so
want
I
to
don't
ask
know
Karen if it's going to be a problem? She foresees.
Karen, would you like to speak to this a little bit?
Welcome, Karen.
I don't believe that any other meetings would need to be changed. It would just be a matter of accommodating the full board schedule.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's vote first.
Can you repeat the motion?
Yes. So first, we're going to vote on Commissioner Rohde's motion to amend Commissioner Zalstra's motion. So this one will be to have those 3 August meetings that do not have dates on the calendar to, instead of being committee meetings, be board work sessions. So on that motion to amend, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye. All opposed, and that motion to amend carried. So we are now voting on that amended motion, which is the same. So to have those 3 meetings adjusted on this calendar to be board work sessions. Any questions before we do that vote? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Hi.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. We are back to the main motion. Commissioner Zalstra.
Yeah, just to finish this up, if anybody else has something, I definitely see it, but motion to amend the special finance committee on the 17th to make that also a BLC special meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have support?
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any discussion?
On the 17th?
September
On the
17th.
17th, it's
Correct.
already on the
Okay.
schedule, yep.
All right.
Correct.
And that would be to approve it, so I think that makes a lot of sense. If we're doing the first 3 meetings as a board, definitely makes sense to have a board all together to approve the budget resolution.
I'm actually opposed to that, Commissioner Zalstra. The board will have an ample opportunity through the next several months, 6, 7 months, to do this work. And traditionally, the finance committee does a final approval as part of the legal process. I don't think it's necessary to introduce an additional full board work session when there's several before. We'll also have a lot of discussion on these items in strategic planning committee. So I don't think it's necessary.
Would board members be welcome to attend if they choose?
Any board member can always attend a committee meeting and join in the audience. Any other comments, though? Okay, so a motion before us is to make the September 17 meeting let's see, a board work session instead of a special finance committee. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Opposed.
Opposed.
say no, or opposed.
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 Do we have a
No.
roll call on that?
I think it was quite clear. The motion fails.
I would-
I'm gonna second Doug's comment because I actually was confused on the motion. So
Let's
if-
just have a roll
it
call.
seemed like there was some confusion while we were voting.
So we're going, to
So-
reconsider this item, we'll go back to, let me restate the motion. Would be to change the September 17 special finance committee to a board work session. Any questions? Okay, all right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, say no.
Wait.
No.
Wait.
No.
The motion was, can we just have a roll call?
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote on Commissioner Zalstra's motion to amend the September 17 meeting to be a board work session. Will you please call the roll?
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mr. Moss.
No,
Motion fails.
thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
I
no,
appreciate
thank you
clarity.
for allowing us to revote there. Okay, so now we would be up to what was 7G, which is now,
I don't know if we voted on the entire motion.
hold
the
on, yeah,
original motion.
you're right. I believe that was on the amendment. We do need to finalize the actual motion to approve the 2025 budget calendar as amended.
So moved.
Any, yep, and we do have, we have the motion and support for that. So any discussion before we go to just a voice vote? Okay. All in favor of approving that budget calendar as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carried. Thank you. Now I can check mark it. All right, moving to 7G, which is now 8F, the strategic plan funds request. The motion is to approve a request from administration to issue an RFP for up to $100,000 to procure vendor options for the county's strategic plan with vendor review and approval to be done at the strategic planning committee. Do I have a motion? We have a motion from Commissioner Wenzel
Second.
and a second from Commissioner Ebel. Any discussion? Commissioner Zalstra.
Go ahead, Jim.
Sure. I just had multiple questions on this topic for Administrator Gibbs. At your suggestion, I did walk back there. I spoke to staff. Staff has not been made aware of his whereabouts. He's not in the building, has not been in the building today. So I think we should table this until we can ask our questions, get some answers.
If you'd like to ask a couple questions, I would be happy to try to answer, or you could
I'd like to ask
ask
him.
the Chair of
This is-
Finance.
This is from administration. I'd like to ask the administrator.
Are you making a motion, Jacob?
I'll make a motion to table this item.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and support to table what is now 8F. Is there any discussion?
Just to Jacob's motion, I think,
Yes.
you know, I was not supportive of 8B. I definitely understand 8B. I also think that, you know, considering that 8B has passed, I think it makes sense to also maybe put on pause this as well.
Any other comments?
So, yes, Mr. Chair. So I have a real challenge with this. This board often references what prior boards did or didn't do. In the past, our boards had a once-a-year strategic planning session that was led by the administrator, who did it because it was his job. We did it that way because it worked. The administrator and the staff and consultation with the board worked very efficiently together. Now the board is proposing that we hire someone, or should I say that the administrator is proposing that we hire someone to do what he should do. Do so while adding $100,000 to our budget. For what? Isn't that John Gibbs' job? If so, why do we need Mr. Gibbs at all? So we have a new set of stats to make the board look good. We're not a business. We are a customer service organization in government. The stats, so it goes, are supposed to give us and the public a better idea of how much money we're saving by giving our employees goals. For example, a deputy might be spending 15 minutes per traffic violation. Next year's finance could ask the deputy to try to cut that back to 12 minutes, thus saving dollars. Or instead of average time spent with a mental health patient being 45 minutes, let's see if we can cut that back to 40 minutes. The end result, of course, for this is the lack of trust that our employees are doing their jobs in a conscientious and proper manner. The Ottawa County Board exists to serve its constituents, the taxpayers. We are not a business. Businesses do not provide law enforcement, nor community mental health services. That's the job of the county and other governmental units. Our employees do the best that they can to provide the highest level of service, despite having to put up with the nonsense and the chaos that's coming from this board at times. The proposal to hire an outside firm to do our administrator's job to the tune of $100,000 is both foolish and a waste of taxpayer dollars. Haven't we wasted enough taxpayer dollars already?
Thank you, Commissioner Bergman. Anything additional? Commissioner Miedema.
With all due respect to Commissioner Bergman, I greatly disagree with, I guess, a lot of what you just said. I guess even serving on parks, for example, we've taken out a great strategic plan with a different vendor. We're not diminishing the work of our staff by saying that we want our strategic plan to be done instead by our parks director. I think that's doing a disservice by just saying that by going outward and trying to get an outside vendor, saying that we are thinking negatively of our staff. I don't agree with that at all. I think it's very important to take an outside look at times to get different eyeballs on things to help you work through a process. So I guess I very much am in disagreement. I felt very strongly, I guess, disagreement with you because I feel like we are putting down, you're saying that we're putting down staff by looking at an outside vendor. And from my point of view, that could be further from the truth. So I guess I just wanted to make my voice known in that.
Commissioner Cosby.
Yes, I'm going to look to keeping the train on the track, so to speak, but individual departments here, like strategic impact in our parks department have had, I believe, their own strategic plans, which is great. Those are the spokes feeding into the hub. And so what we're trying to do is have a coordinated effort between the hub and the spokes, making sure that we're able to deliver the services. It is a service-oriented industry, absolutely. And deliver that through a strategic plan that's well aligned. Everybody knows what their goals are. They know what they should be reporting on to the board. And I think it will make for a much smoother process and I think less anxiety, quite honestly. So it's not cost of service. It's really understanding through using basic business metrics, the work that they're doing and what it is we should be helping them with. So it's more person-centric, people-centric, taxpayer-centric, but we have a responsibility to make sure we're using our taxpayer dollars wisely too. I'm not thinking I'm retracting dollars from people. I'm really trying to understand the individual business units.
Commissioner Rhodey.
Yes, I just would note too that it seems like at times we're very dismissive of business principles and the way that the private sector works, that somehow that's a worse model. And none of those things should be applied to the government sector. There are some things that government can learn from business and from the private sector. And, you're held in the private sector to results. If you don't have results, you're not going to succeed. And I think that, we need more transparency. We need more eyes on the process here in order to really be accountable and providing good services to the public. So I'm very supportive of us bringing in an outside consultant to help us ensure that we're truly doing what we need to be doing.
Commissioner Bonema.
I am not opposed to doing this. I think where I'm coming from is that we've all 11 of us were elected by our constituents. Most of our districts are 26,000 people or more. When you campaign, you spend a lot of time talking about what your dreams are for the county, listening to people about the issues they faced, trying to find problems and solutions to match up with those problems, to make tomorrow better than it was yesterday. I think a lot of us here, the elected voices of Ottawa County, have ideas of direction that we'd like to see the county go in. I would just suggest that I think it'd be very beneficial for this group that if we could sit down and maybe give, our top 5 ideas of what we'd like to see accomplished. I know I have ideas that I'd like to see accomplished on our agenda this year, but I'd love an opportunity to sit and exchange those ideas with all of you. $100,000 is a lot of money, though. I want to make sure that we're using our funds in the highest and best use always. And I believe you do too. So this is where I get a little caught up in wanting to have a better understanding of what do we get for $100,000? Could we start with a smaller increment, have a smaller package put together that might help us inform what we need to spend that kind of money on? Also, I believe Administrator Gibbs mentioned there were other counties that had done something similar to this. He did not. He just mentioned that they spent more money than this, not whether it was worth it. So I think that's another question I would have is, what did you get? Going back to the performance and outcomes, what did you get for that spend? Was it worth it? Would you do it again? These are questions that I think we need to flush out before we just throw $100,000 at this of the people's money.
Commissioner Rhodey.
Yes, I really appreciate how this motion was written. And I really appreciate that the result of the RFP will come back, and that is it.
Strategic Planning Committee?
Yes, that's the Strategic Planning Committee gets to look at, what are the possibilities here? Who do we want to work with? Who has a good proposal for us? So I really appreciate the fact that this motion puts the power of that decision back in that committee, and it's not a decision solely of the administrator or of staff, but that we will actually get to choose who that vendor is.
Yeah, agree. I think that's excellent. We're going to go to Commissioner Bergman next.
Okay, the question.
We'll come back.
The question that I originally said is it's about the fact that we've got an administrator that can't do his job, or isn't doing his job, or isn't even attempting to give us this direction. I mean, he's saying we need an outside firm to do basically what has been done by an administrator in the past. We can talk about wanting fresh ideas, but isn't he fresh? I mean, he's brand new. He's only been here a year. Can't he give us new ideas?
Commissioner Cosby.
And I appreciate, Commissioner Bergman, what it is you're saying. I would like to reflect on up to $100,000. And if I remember correctly, the administrator was here. He used that dollar amount based upon what he saw was being spent in other departments. What I'm hoping actually happens, and I may not be here to see this come to fruition, but that we build some efficiencies in here where we don't have to spend in individual departments, and we have a process that works collaboratively together that kind of from the hub, each spoke knows what it needs to be doing. So I see it as a potential cost savings in the future. If we get the right strategic plan in place, and it's push-pull. It's not all about push. Yeah, it's like, I would like to see the departments absolutely be very engaged in this.
Yep. Anything additional? Commissioner Zalstra?
Be sure we're on the motion to table, right? We're not on the underlying motion, correct?
It is a motion to table. Yes.
All right.
Yes. Yeah.
I have some comments, but I'll wait to the disposition of that motion.
Commissioner Curran?
I'm not opposed to this either. But I do think that since all the commissioners, and I understand why we're doing it, and we went back to kind of business as usual, and I was very grateful for the opportunity to sit on all the boards last year. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to sit on a few boards this year. But these commissioners weren't able to have that conversation with the county administrator and ask the questions. And I think that I will be voting to table this so they can have those questions answered and we can honor, their need to ask them. And I hope that it comes back up again. I'll look forward to voting for this and going through the RFP process.
I do think that he spoke about it during our Board of Commissioners meetings.
Oh, which one?
How he came to, the dollar amount, and it was an up to. I think he did speak to that. That's why I know.
I feel the need to remind board members that they may speak to the administrator outside of board meetings, just like they may also speak to other board members or committee chairs outside of board meetings. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
So we have a
Are
motion
you-
to
Are you
table.
aware of the communication breakdown between the administrator and board members?
We have.
I know you are because you've talked about it for yourself.
We have a motion to table from Commissioner Bonema. So are there any questions on the motion to table 8F, the strategic plan funds request?
I just had a question.
Commissioner
If
Belknap.
this is tabled, we have a second board meeting later this month. Is the idea that we would pick it up at that time when our administrator is
That's
present?
what I hope, yes.
It would be tabled and there would be some discussion and it would probably be put back on another agenda. Yeah. Yeah. I see no reason to continue delaying it since they would it takes time to get an RFP done. Commissioner
I
Miedema.
guess I haven't heard questions that have come up today that you would like to ask Administrator Gibbs. Is there any questions that are there that we can't answer as a board?
Yeah, I've already stated those questions.
Okay.
Okay, I guess
So-
I'm not remembering them.
So the motion is to table the yeah. So the motion is to table this item. Just to make it really easy, let's go to a roll call vote.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
No,
Mrs. Medema,
No,
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
No.
Mr. Moss,
No.
motion fails.
Okay, so we're still on the main motion, which is for the strategic plan funds request to approve this RFP and send it to the strategic planning committee. Commissioner Zalstra.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. So I have rewatched kind of the presentation that Administrator gave and reviewed the slide deck that he had sent us. I understand what he's saying, but I also believe the most important part of strategic, plan is the narrative. The Administrator Gibbs was talking a lot about metrics. I understand metrics, but the most powerful part of that plan to me was the narrative because it allowed board and our department heads to kind of tell the story of what they want to see and what residents can expect and count on. Without that narrative, I think we're missing a crucial piece. I'm not against having a firm come in, help us refine that plan, or in a year or two, help measure the implementation of that plan. Once we've had a chance to work through it. But I worry that having such a heavy focus on measuring results, especially now that Finance Committee has already working on cost of service, when we haven't really sat down ourselves with staff to develop a vision, of this county, is in many ways kind of getting ahead of ourselves in the order of things.
Thank you, Commissioner Zylstra. Commissioner Rhodey?
I would just say that I also believe it's very important that we speak into the things that are important to us. And I don't think that this RFP in any way diminishes the fact that we would continue to communicate the things that are important to us. We've had a very big, bold change in this county in the last couple of years in leadership. And it is very important to us that we message what this county is about and what our values and our priorities are. So I know for me personally, it'll be very important that that is included in the strategic plan.
Commissioner Cosby?
And yeah, so these elements actually, I think currently even exist in these annual reports that we receive. They're an annual operating plan that will speak to the mission and the vision of each department. So I mean, it's really kind of nice. These are pieces of the puzzle that exist currently and can help us kind of frame that narrative, help the leaders frame that narrative to better understand what they need. So I do have a question too for Deputy County Administrator. Do you know, sorry, putting you on the spot here, Ben. Have we looked, it was this RFP processing, have we looked into any consulting firms to do the strategic planning? Are you aware of?
Yes, Commissioner, we've looked at other counties that have developed these strategic plans, and some of the universe of vendors that exist for such a thing. We don't have an exhaustive list yet. We don't have a preferred list, but we have kind of a general scope idea.
Okay, thank you. So the train is on the track, so to speak, just moving kind of slowly right now, waiting for our approval.
Yes,
Of
yes,
this
sir.
RFP.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? Well, I guess I'll add a few comments. Like to remind the board about the vision for the county. It is where freedom rings. That is very publicly stated. So if there's any confusion on that, just reference, that reminder. It sort of sounds to me like trying to take this item off the agenda or what have you is more of a delay tactic. I personally don't want to delay the strategic plan work. Another thing that was mentioned that I think is helpful is to recognize that our employees and staff here are trying to do their best work and provide services and serve the county residents as they do. And so I see this item as a support to the county, to the staff, to the board, to bring in some extra resources like is done in many other, even in our own departments, but like other counties and other organizations do. Strategic planning is a huge business nationally and internationally. This is not something abnormal. And actually, ironically, it is abnormal to some degree in Ottawa County because in the past, the administrator did do this and the board did strategic planning without outside supports. So I look at this as a positive. I'm thankful that Administrator Gibbs has brought this forward. And I definitely support it. I've heard some concerns about measuring results. I'm not sure why there's concerns about that. I don't think there should be. The Ottawa County is not a business. No one is saying Ottawa County is a business. I've heard comments on that I don't understand. Ottawa County does use business principles, the same types of principles that businesses, nonprofits, governments, and individuals and families use. So there's nothing, that's a good thing. I want to remind everybody about the comparables that were brought forward, Kalamazoo and other counties. And so thanks to the administration for doing that. And my last comment would be, we have about a $300 million budget in the county. So if administration and if the board decides to do this RFP for 100,000 to do in-depth strategic planning for our residents, and hopefully it's less than 100,000. Other counties were less, some were more. You know, let's do it for 50,000 if we can. That'd be great. But if this is kind of the benchmark, then great. We'll see what comes in and see what we can do. Anyway, Commissioner Ebel.
Yes, I have another question for the deputy administrator. And I don't know if you can answer this question or not. So the motion says that the RFP would be up to 100,000. So that doesn't make it black and white. It's 100,000. Now, I know that you've already maybe exploring on finding vendors, and when you have discussions with them, do you talk about the fees and how much they charge? Or, I mean, do you find them reasonable, or do you find them more than 100,000 or a lot less, or I'm just kind of wondering.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. We haven't gotten into that level of specificity yet. I know one of the concerns is the degree of complexity that's involved, because the comparisons we're looking to make are not strictly with the private sector, but also with the public sector, where oftentimes these numbers are buried and baked into reports and other data streams that aren't easily transmissible to our purposes for this strategic plan, that we're not quite sure how complex it's going to be to develop this. And that's been part of our concern in developing this. So the short answer is no, but that's one reason for the range.
So are you looking to maybe a way to prioritize and plan for maybe some specific goals that we want to achieve, or?
Right.
Or is that what you're kind of exploring right now?
Yes, Commissioner. This is definitely going to be an evolving and developing process. The first part is really getting the identification of what the key metrics are within the departments, and that's a conversation we have to have with the individual departments, but then also finding what the proper comparison points are. And that's something we're going to do in conjunction with a vendor, but that's definitely something that the county administration has a heavy interest in clarifying what those definitions are.
Okay, so are you looking at the SMART model, which would be that measures goals such as specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals? Is that what we're looking at this point?
That is definitely part of the analysis that we'd like to provide.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Bonema.
I just wanted to circle back to my concern and my reasoning for desiring to table this issue. I'm not opposed to retaining additional wise counsel to help us put together a good strategic plan. I'm not opposed to that at all. I think that's smart. However, considering the timing of this, which is the reason for my motion to table it, the timing is, we literally just voted unanimously to work with an attorney regarding Mr. Gibbs' employment status here at the county. That puts the relationship that we need to work with to pull together a strategic plan in a place that I would politely call strained. To work towards retaining, bids and, the best potential outcome with the right provider, we're going to need to work with our administrator. And no one in the building knows where he is. I think that there's a better time for this discussion to happen, hopefully sooner rather than later. But I think this issue with Mr. Gibbs needs to be addressed first, so that when we do spend this money, when we do engage with these potential providers of this information, it's in the best possible situation, for the people of Ottawa County. So I just think that I'm not opposed to doing this process. I'm just opposed to doing it right now. I think we need to give precedent to his current situation and then address it.
Thank you. The motion on the table here, or the motion to consider, is to approve the request for the strategic plan funds. Do we have any other follow-up, any other discussion? Commissioner Rhodey?
Yes, I have one more question for Deputy Administrator.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, can you walk us through the kind of a timeline we would typically see as far as issuing an RFP, getting the results back, and then that kind of a decision being brought to the Strategic Planning Committee? And also, one other question is, have you been and would you foresee being involved in the process of developing that RFP?
Yes, ma'am. I think the administration office is going to be heavily involved in this process. I know the commissioners are as well. I think we can set the RFP for any amount of time that we want. I mean, we can compress the schedule if we need to, but we can build it out. I've heard different timelines that have been proposed. I hesitate to give you a firm timeline on this just because I don't want to lock ourselves or you into a set timeline. But I think we can and should get going as quick as we can, because the numbers may be more elusive than we initially thought.
Okay, so.
I'm sorry for that non-answer.
No, that's fine. So just a general estimate, is this is not something that would be turned around in a week, or
No.
maybe looking more like a month or two before we'd be engaging with a vendor? Would that be?
I think it'd be fair to say it's probably going to be greater than a month before we're engaged with a specific vendor. If we have the funds approved, we have had light discussions about preparing the RFP so far. I think that RFP is in a stage where we could get that issued quickly. And then we're in the process of identifying the right vendor. And there's definitely a certain requirements that we're going to have to vet the proper vendors so that we get the best results. That's that we want to handle carefully. If there's any part of the process that I wouldn't want to rush, it would be evaluating and making sure that we have the precisely the right vendor for the county.
Okay. Two more questions. One
Sure.
is, and maybe this first one is for you, Chair. What is the date of our next strategic planning meeting? Do we have one on the books? Is that next week?
I am not sure, but we might have one next week,
Okay,
possibly. We can schedule them whenever they're needed, though. Yeah.
okay,
Mhm.
all right.
Yep.
It is next week.
Yep, next week, the 20th.
Is
Yeah.
it next week?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just wondering if there would be a possibility for us to view the RFP
Thanks.
before it's issued.
Possibly. Yeah.
So I'm a little lost as to where we're at on the motion.
Well, right now, we're looking at the main motion to approve the request to issue it. And it is my understanding, kind of a side note, is that typically RFPs are, they take 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, but everyone is different. So it's not something that'll happen in a week or 2 weeks.
Okay,
That would be really rushing it, which.
Jordan informed me that March 26th is our current RFP deadline date.
Oh, great.
okay.
Okay.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Anything additional on the main motion to approve the strategic plan funds request? Seeing none, let's go to a roll call vote on this. And that motion is in part to approve a request from administration to issue an RFP for up to $100,000 with vendor review and approval to be done at the strategic planning committee.
Mr. Bergman,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have what was 7H. It is now 8G. Public Health FTE request. The suggested motion is to approve the request from Public Health to increase the FTE for a community health nurse from 0.5 FTE to 0.6 FTE at a cost of $9,130. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Cosby, second from Commissioner Curran. Any discussion? See none. Let's go to a roll call vote on this one.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We're up to 7I, which is now 8H. Seasonal employee wages. The suggested motion is to approve the request from Parks to modify the pay rates for seasonal employees and to be annually adjusted by the cost of living provided in General Group T employees.
So moved.
Motion
Second.
from Commissioner Belknap and support from Commissioner Wenzel, was it?
Mhm.
Okay, sorry, thanks. Any discussion? Let's just go to a roll call vote on this one as well.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, 8I, full faith and credit pledges for drain notes and bonds. The suggested motion is to approve a resolution pledging the county's full faith and credit to a drain note or bonds.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Bergman, support from Commissioner Curran. Any discussion? We'll go to a,
Yeah, I'll just say that a hat tip to Commissioner Bush, Drain Commissioner Bush. He's doing a great job there.
thank you. Anything else? If not, let's go to a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Up to 8J. Sheriff's Office vehicle upfitting contracts. Suggested motion is to approve the contract for vehicle upfitting services.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Belknap, support from Commissioner Curran. Go to Commissioner Zylstra, who has a question or
No,
comment.
just me a small presentation maybe on this. I don't know if the sheriff is around or and it wasn't brought up in finance, so I just want to kind of get a little bit of sense what's going on here.
I could,
Commissioner Bonema, did,
I actually, Doug had the same question this
Oh, okay.
morning, so I did reach out to
Oh,
the
okay.
sheriff to get some clarification since we didn't hear much about this in finance. This is essentially to provide the necessary equipment to take a stock vehicle and upfit it to become a patrol vehicle, to put it in service. So as the different years go by, there's adapters that need to be purchased. There's additional equipment that makes it able to be put in service.
Okay. And did the sheriff mention, I mean, it says here that Telered's been doing this. I did not see that. Did he indicate how long they've been doing it?
I did not ask him how
Okay.
many years.
Okay.
I know that he is in a meeting, otherwise he
No
was
worries.
planning to be here this
Okay,
morning,
cool.
so.
I appreciate that.
Commissioner Cosby.
And Sheriff Kemker was invited to the Finance Committee to present. And this is an annual request evidently for maintenance. And so therefore he didn't attend and that was okay. I think he had another obligation.
Mhm.
So it's something I think we've done annually for quite some time.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner.
Okay, let's go to a roll call vote on this one as well.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thanks. Up to 8K, the FY 2024 budget adjustments. The suggested motion is to approve the FY 2024 budget adjustments per the attached schedule.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Cosby, support from Commissioner Rhodey. Any discussion? All right, let's go to a vote on this one as well. Roll call vote.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thanks. Okay, 8L, Ottawa Sands Lake Loop Construction. The suggested motion is to accept the bid from McCormick Sands Incorporated in the amount of $788,314.25 for construction of the Lake Loop project at Ottawa Sands. Furthermore, the Parks Commission requests that the Fiscal Services Department transfers $150,000 from CP 2208 Ottawa Sands Development Phase 1, the Parks contribution, to CP 2302 Ottawa Sands Lake Loop to fully fund this project with contingency for a total project amount of $891,844.
So move.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Bergman, support from Commissioner Rhodey. Any discussion? Had some good conversation on this before, and it's a great project. Anything before we go to a vote? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Next up, 8M, Ottawa Sands Day Use Restroom Construction. Suggested motion is to approve the bid from Denny's Excavating in the amount of $510,000 for construction of the day use restroom at Ottawa Sands. Furthermore, the Parks Commission requests that the Fiscal Services Department transfers $100,000 from CP 2208 Ottawa Sands Development Phase 1, Parks contribution, to CP 2301 Ottawa Sands Restroom to fully fund this project with contingency for a total project amount of $585,000.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Curran, support from Commissioner Wenzel. Any discussion on this project? All right, Commissioner Belknap.
Just a comment that for folks that aren't aware, as this project is being developed, we're going to see some new ADA standards for these restrooms for accessibility for folks with mobility issues. So I really hope that people are going to view this and come and visit this, and hopefully this is a standard that we're going to start to see for folks accessing our parks. Because I imagine a lot of folks will, other municipalities that have parks will be looking at this. I don't know if Kurt, if he's in the audience, if you'd like to expound on that a little bit, but that was something when we were going through the, 500 plus pages of documentation. It's pretty impressive.
Kurt, these are pretty great projects. Do you want to speak to it for just a moment?
Sure. So Kirk Terheim, the coordinator of park planning and development, I think most of you know, but yeah, we've been working on our public restrooms, modern restrooms, for quite a while to kind of develop a plan that we really like. So this one has both men's and women's, but also a family restroom. And I think what Roger was going towards is we've been talking to people who want to visit the parks with people with even very severe disabilities, to have a restroom like that has all the equipment you need to do changing for even adults, those kinds of things. We're including that in here. So it's also heated, which we don't usually do because we think this place will be used year round. So yeah, it's the best, nicest restroom I think we've done to this point, but we think, yeah, it could be, it will be probably looked at by others as kind of the state of the art at this point.
Well, that's
Anything else?
exciting.
Oh.
And I kind of estimate you're going to have very strong support from the board on this item. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Anything else? We'll go to a roll call vote on the Ottawa Sands day use restroom construction.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we are up to 9A at this point. Have a request for a short recess from Commissioner
I'll second that.
Rhodey, supported by Commissioner Medema. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed, that motion carried, and be in recess for 10 minutes. Okay, all right. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Thank you, everyone. We are on 9A, Community Mental Health 2023 Annual Report presented by Lynn Doyle, CMH Director. Welcome, Lynn. Take it away.
So Jordan, we can figure this out together. So I can, okay, awesome. Thank you. Well, good morning, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to present the Community Mental Health 2023 Annual Report. I hope you have some time to review our report. I'm not planning on going over all the detail, but there's some good stuff in here. On this first page here, I'll bring your attention to a new endeavor that we've started as of last year. It's a partnership with an organization called Credible Mind, and Credible Mind is a website that provides on-site resources for anyone in our community who is looking to learn more about mental health and mental well-being. We understand that most people look to the internet when they want to find information about their health and wellness as a start. And so Credible Mind is a place where you can start that review of what's out there. There are educational articles, assessments, local information and resources that are available on that website. It's certainly not intended to replace professionals, but like I said, it is a good place for lots of information if you want to learn more. The resources are validated and evidence-based. Statistics show that in Ottawa County, about 30% of adults report that they struggle with anxiety or depression at one point. So for those individuals who might be at a mild to moderate level or just thinking they might be experiencing some issues, again, this is a good place to get that information when you're just getting started. So I hope that you'll check that out. The webpage is down there on that screen, and it's also available on our website. So as with most of our annual reports, we try to spotlight a couple of our programs so that you have a little bit more in-depth understanding of what we do. One of those programs that we're spotlighting this year is our autism program. Part of the reason we wanted to bring that forward is because it really is an area of growth for us. Over the last several years, we've seen the requests for services from families for kids grow pretty significantly, and a lot of those requests are actually for persons who have autism or on the ASD spectrum. So the programs that we offer for autism services include something called applied behavior analysis therapy. It plays a pretty critical role in supporting individuals with autism. It's a very highly successful and evidence-based approach, and we've seen great success with especially young kids who get involved with it as they progress and learn skills. We currently contract with multiple providers for both center-based and in-home treatment for ABA. There's definitely a greater demand than there are service providers, but nonetheless, we continuously look for new providers. If someone moves into this region, as a provider, we're sure to be contacting them and you know, assessing whether they would be a good fit with us. Over this next year, we're definitely planning on looking at other interventions. ABA is just one of them. So that's something that we are taking a look at. It's important in this area. Statistically, 1 in 36 kids will be diagnosed with autism. That's up from 1 in 10 in 2006. It's not entirely because the rates are increasing, but people are getting much better at diagnosing. So again, an important program for us. The rest of this article talks about a family's experience and how successful this treatment can be. Another area that we've spent quite a deal of time addressing this last year is self-determination. Self-determination acknowledges that people have the power to make decisions for themselves. Self-direction is part of that, and it's the act of selecting, directing, and managing one's services and supports. In 2023, a group of parents, CMH staff, other stakeholders, including advocacy organizations and Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, participated in a work group. It was called Partners for Advancing Self-Determination. And the goal was to increase availability and use of self-determination arrangements in our county. We've used self-determination in the past, but not to the extent that we're encouraging people to participate now. So that group produced several things, including a guide to services and other informational tools. This slide's very busy, but this was one of the products of that group. And if you get a chance to look closely at it, it's more or less a roadmap for individuals and families who are interested in becoming involved in self-determination. I did want to say how much I appreciate the parents and the work group members. They have been so successful that they've been asked to present at a national conference and a state conference. And we truly appreciate their commitment to helping us improve our services. So the rest of my report is pretty much some statistics on how we did, who we served in 2023. The graph on your left is a breakdown of the percentage of groups of individuals we served. This isn't different from years past. Primarily 41%, the primary group of people we serve are adults with severe mental illness, followed by adults with substance use disorder, and then children with serious emotional disturbances, and 15% of people that we serve are intellectually and developmentally disabled. And that little sliver up there is about 1% of children with substance use disorder. In fiscal year 2023, we served over 9,000 people. That includes folks that we're serving through Medicaid, state general fund, our millage programs, and our various grants. And it includes all of the community outreach that we do to help educate and inform people about mental health. This report is about our revenue. The way this is set up, we're comparing the last 4 years. The blue graph is 2023. As you can see, most of our funding comes from Medicaid. State general fund is next. Other includes private insurance, fees, and donations. And that last area is county allocation and rent and interest. The slide on your right is the breakdown of substance use disorder revenues, 2 years comparison. Again, mostly Medicaid dollars and Black grant. We've got some PA2 dollars, and other, again, is some grants. Our expenses typically mirror our revenues, and this graph gives you a little bit of a different perspective. It is, again, looking at those years, but it's also giving you a percentage of where our funds are being spent. As you can see, adults with severe mental illness is about 28%, children about 21%, and persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities is 51%. There was a slight downward curve in funding for IDD, and it really is a reflection of us having to manage our dollars because of the great influx of kids coming into our system. It's also important to note that although we spend 51% of our funds on persons with intellectual and developmental disability, and as I showed you in the previous slide, they make up about 15% of the people we serve. The reason behind that is because their services tend to be very expensive. Most of it is long-term care. Residential is one of the services that is offered in that area, and it tends to be very expensive. And the graph on the right is again a breakdown of substance use disorder. Again, the bulk of our spending goes to adults, some for children, and then that small blue line is prevention. This is our millage and grants fund report. Our millage and grants revenue comes from property taxes. We have several grants, including some large ones, federal grants from SAMHSA. And we also have some dollars coming in for interest. The pie chart breakdown, again, is where those monies are being spent primarily. The biggest expenses go to those grants that we have received, and then IDD support programs. This is a list of the many contractual partners that we work with. We can't do this work alone. And we just wanted to make sure that we were giving credit to the various organizations that we work with, because truly they help make up that safety net for mental health services. So again, I apologize for the difficulty reading that, but we did want to give them credit. Our goals and objectives for 2023 included improving access to care and looking for ways to serve more people and improve availability of mental health services, staffing and retention, and making sure that we are finding staff and keeping those staff to the best of our ability, both within our organization and with our contractual agencies. Our quality system of care is making sure that we're addressing ongoing barriers to care and treatment. And then our integrated healthcare goal is continuing to look at the whole person approach to care, including physical health and mental health. And some of our grants, CCBHC, Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics, helps us to reach those goals. One of the things we did as a means of attracting staff, we created some videos. I've spoken several times with various groups about our difficulty in finding some staff, especially some master's level. So through a grant, we had some dollars to produce some videos. And I think this is a testament to our staff. I'm grateful to them that they participated, but I think it also talks about CMH is a good place to work. So I thought I'd share that. Maybe not.
Looks like it's there. We're getting there. Here we go.
are lots of ways to start in CMH and then also grow in CMH. We have positions that are high school graduate positions all the way up to doctorate level positions.
It is wonderful opportunities for growth and development. So that's the one additional reason I took this particular job, to really help myself understand what this industry is. And CMH is phenomenal about providing that support, training opportunities, and different options for growth.
Oh, I absolutely feel supported. Management is very supportive, very encouraging. You know, they help encourage you to go to the next level.
This is a wonderful agency to work for in terms of training opportunities. We do have a pretty robust training budget at the moment. We're able to send our staff to a lot of different conferences and trainings, allowing them to get funded to get additional credentials. We promote from within very frequently.
You know, the paid time off, the sick time, you know, avoiding holidays, those are all benefits that come with it. And flexibility that is offered, you know, is great. And management's understanding, again, supportive. You know, I'm able to still be a mom and raise a family, but able to work full time.
Thanks for teeing that up, Jordan. I appreciate it, putting you on the spot there. So we use those videos. We've put them on our Facebook page. We have them on our website. And again, just a tool in helping us to try to find quality staff. And with that, I would like to say thank you to our board, to the commissioners, to our staff, to our provider network, and the people we serve. It's hard work, but it's very rewarding. And I'll take questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Lynn. It is hard work, but it's worth it. Thank you for a very positive and great update. It's great to hear. I really liked hearing about those goals, improving access to care, serving more people, quality of care. So thank you for that. Does anybody have any question? Commissioner Rohde.
Hi, Lynn.
Hi.
So I just have one clarifying question. I think that you stated that the numbers for children with autism are now 1 in 36, but they used to be 1 in 10.
1 in 110.
Okay. Okay. All right. I was a little confused by that. So, okay. So we are seeing a big influx of kids. Is it mostly kids on the autism spectrum, or is it beyond that need as well?
It's across the board, but that's definitely the area where we get the most requests.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cosby.
Thank you for the presentation. Very comprehensive, and appreciate the goals as well. Question for you, just for a point of clarity. So funding structure, first off, kind of the mission of CMH, as I understand it, is to serve those with kind of most severe disease and some in the moderate space as well. Can you explain how the funding structure, because yes, we do have 15% of our population that falls in the category of IDD, but do they not receive more funding based upon the severity of their diagnosis or needs?
Yeah, that's a good question. So our funding is capitated, and it comes to us not as individuals. Every single individual who receives Medicaid and receives services through us is kind of point factored to say how much money they might generate for the CMHs. But when we receive that money, we talk in terms of buckets, and all that money is put into a bucket. We kind of separate it out by substance use disorder and then the rest of mental health, meaning persons with mental illness and persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And so we have to serve everybody who qualifies for services out of that bucket. So through person-centered planning, we determine what kinds of services a person might need and what their needs are, and then we provide services based on medical necessity and their person-centered plan. So you're right in that when that point factoring happens, the more severe and the more needs you have, your point factor would go up. But at the end of the day, we have to take care of everybody out of that bucket of money.
That qualify for the services?
Yes.
Because I thought there was a push to move mild and moderate disease more into the public sector. Washington State model, I know Lakewood Family Medicine actually is using that primary care model that Washington State actually developed, and I think they're trying to employ that.
So the mild to moderate mental health benefit in Michigan is actually held by the Medicaid health plans. The CMHs address the most severe, severe mental illness, serious emotional disorder in children, and intellectual and developmental disabilities. But if you have Medicaid and you have a mild mental health, mild to moderate, that the funding for that actually goes to the health plans right now.
And so long as the provider is accepting Medicaid product, they could participate in care of mild to moderate. So in the SAMHSA grant with CCBHC, that's really more focused, I think, as I've read about it, on mild and moderate disease. Is that?
It allows us to.
When you or your loved one are facing life's toughest journeys, it can feel incredibly isolating.
It allows us to see folks with mild to moderate mental health issues, where that CCBHC grant funding helps to cover that for us, that we otherwise wouldn't have that Medicaid funds through the department.
So it feels kind of like a model change. It's like originally we were serving more the severe to moderately severe. And now we're bringing in a SAMHSA kind of clinical model that we're also going to serve the mild to moderate disease. And that's specifically SUD and then also mental illness. Do you anticipate that you're going to expand services in the community?
So the CCBHC allows us to do best practice. And that is if someone calls us and says, I need help, I'm struggling with a mental health issue, what it allows us to do is help those individuals right there and then. In the past, we'd ask some questions about what is your insurance status? Where do you live? What is your diagnosis? And if the answer was, I have a mild disorder, or, after talking to someone, we ascertain that, we might have to then refer that person out for services because we didn't receive the funding for it. So best practice for a mental health center really is to say, you know what, we'll help you with whatever your need is. We're not going to transfer you out. So the funding that we get through CCBHC helps us to provide services to a lot more people and not have to make those referrals out. We might eventually refer the person out after we've kind of stabilized them and figured out what the problems are, but it helps. Again, it's really a way for us to provide best practice. And also that grant also encompasses a lot of evidence-based practices. So we're really using kind of state-of-the-art interventions so we can treat people the best way we can. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yeah,
exactly.
no, because part of your goals even too is that we know, and that's the Washington State model addresses this. We have a shortage in certain, healthcare workers, and so those being psychologists, psychiatrists, And then also therapist. And so the model that they were developing in Washington State was to help absorb that. You're telling us that you don't have enough staff, and I absolutely believe that. So if we're bringing on more work through grant expectations, is there a possibility that you can move this work out to the provider base in our community and to the private sector and still fund it? And then concentrate more on our severe to moderately severe population?
Yep. And in fact, that's pretty much what we're doing. You know, our expertise really does lie with the severe levels of mental health issues. And this doesn't stop us from engaging in contractual relationships with, you saw the sheet with lots and lots of providers in the community. So in the future, we could also do some more formal arrangements. It requires a little bit more work on our part when we go to bill for those services. But if we're not able to provide that service in-house, then yeah, we would definitely look to community partners to help us provide that service.
One more question. So what percentage of this, your budget, because currently it's approximately $60 million, is a CCBHC, the fund? What percentage is that? Just approximately.
It's honestly,
It's
I'll
kinda
have to get back to you on that. The only I can tell you, 2023, we had a SAMHSA grant for CCBHC, but now in 2024, we've moved to state demonstration. So the funding comes to us through the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. And we also still have a smaller SAMHSA grant for CCBHC. So for 2023, I'll have to get back to you on percentage of what that was compared to what it is this year, 2024.
The reason why I'm asking is that some parents have brought forward that they're concerned that we're going to have a shifting pay model, and it might start to focus more on this the mild to moderate and less on this severe. And there's some real concerns because obviously they do need the services.
Yeah.
It's a lifelong need for services.
Absolutely. I don't see this, it's not going to reduce our funding. It's going to increase our funding available to provide services. So I don't anticipate us having issues with not funding a certain program or not serving people.
Thank you.
I just had a clarifying question. Is SAMHSA federal? Is that how that works?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We use a whole lot of acronyms in CMH,
Yep.
so I apologize.
No, that's okay. I figured it was federal. Could you speak just for everybody's benefit, what constitutes mild versus moderate versus severe? Just briefly.
Yeah. I guess I can give you examples, probably the best. So mild to moderate mental health issues from a mental illness standpoint, probably most people in this room, most people in the world will at one point have some depression or some anxiety. It could be situational, could be, loss of a loved one, loss of a job, whatever it is. And when it gets to a point where it's more than 2 weeks, it seems like it's not getting better, those are typically considered mild symptoms. It ranges kind of depending on the level of functioning that you're at. If you're in a moderate category, you might be losing sleep, you might not be able to go to work, you might be missing some days of work. There's no real cutoff. There's nothing that I can say, take this test, and if you score this, you're mild. Severe mental illness tends to be those illnesses and diseases that are pretty persistent and might be more involved in treatment. So schizophrenia, major depression, those types of diagnosis where people probably need professional help. And it could be a combination of different types of treatment that is needed to address the issue.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mhm.
Commissioner Miedema?
Morning, Lynn. Couple unrelated questions to one another. The first one I guess I'm just looking for more clarification. I was trying to track when you were talking about how you felt that it was best practice to keep in-house versus referring out. I'm trying to understand, are you talking about keeping the work that's being done by service providers from Ottawa County CMH? Are you talking about, I was kind of confused because I felt like it was going in a couple different spots, and I'm trying to understand what you felt like was best practice as it related to the CCBHC.
So best practice, what I was leaning towards is best practice for any mental health center would be to help people when they come, as they need it, not make referrals elsewhere. So that's one area that CCBHC kind of mandates that we're doing best practice, that in some evidence-based practice models that to be certified, you have to implement those.
Do you mean then when you say send them elsewhere, do you mean, so when you listed all the providers,
Mhm.
is that what you see as seeing them out, sending them elsewhere? You want to keep them here within the CMH? Or does that include, that's the part where I'm confused on.
It includes that whole safety net of community providers that we work with. So CMH could never take care of all the mental health needs in this county. And we absolutely depend on all of those providers, from a single counselor who runs their own business and really primarily focuses on persons with mild to moderate mental health issues, all the way down to CMH, who's serving some of the most severe people, inpatient hospitalization programs that, are taking care of people who need hospitalization. It's a whole continuum of service. And we definitely rely on and depend on all of those parts to make that that safety net of mental health services so that people can get the service that they need.
So when was CCBHC brought in? Like what year? And I guess I'm just wondering context, like what did it look like prior to that?
The year, I have a staff here.
Yeah.
2021 was the first year that we received grant funding for CCBHC. Our services looked pretty similar before CCBHC. I think probably the best thing you can think of it as is almost like an accreditation program. So we always have been a mental health agency. CCBHC, in order to get funding, we have to attest to using best practice and providing services to certain categories in groups. We have to provide 24/7 crisis services. We have to provide targeted case management. We have to have psychiatric services. So we have to make sure that we've got arrangements so that military and vets are getting services. So it's a standard of care that we're agreeing to abide by so that we can get some additional funding. And it also, because one of the premises of CCBHC is that you'll serve everyone. So in the past, we did not serve mild to moderate. Those funds can help us to pay for the staff who are addressing those mild to moderate issues.
I had more questions, but it might be better for later. Unrelated question. You had mentioned the autism rates and you talked about that there's a greater demand than service providers. Do you have any idea when a family takes the step of seeking help, what expected wait times are to have that first initial meeting with somebody?
Well, the initial meeting with us will take place within 14 days of calling us and asking. getting a person in a family assessed to see whether they qualify for or autism services, ABA therapy in particular, and then that ongoing treatment. There are some delays because there just simply aren't enough providers and staff out there to do it. I'll have to check on what that time span is right now. I don't want to give you the wrong time, but I can get back to you on that.
Just curious. I know that that's a crisis we have across our nation, not just right here.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
so,
Yep.
Thank Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah, just to follow up a little bit on what Commissioner Miedema was talking about, I think I heard the stat that in 2006, autism was diagnosed in 1 in every 10, and now it's, or is it 1 in every 136?
One out of
110.
every 110 in 2006. I must have not said the 100 part very loud. I apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 out of 110 individuals was diagnosed with an autism spectrum disorder in 2006.
And
Now it's 1 in 36.
so that's exponential, right? Are we seeing that continue, or is it leveling off? Are we doing things? Where is this trend going?
I don't think anyone really knows. It has inched up in the last couple of years. Again, a lot of that has to do with better diagnosis of the disorder. However, no one could argue that the incident is definitely increasing. And I can't tell you where it's heading. I mean, there's lots of research out there right now trying to figure out cause. And, you know, if we know that, we can do something about it. But it's definitely, it's a major issue within the mental health realm.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Commissioner Rhodey?
I do think that this is a really important issue, so thank you, Commissioner Bonema, for raising it. And there is a fair amount of research that has been done and is being done as to causation. The Children's Health Defense with Robert Kennedy has done a significant amount of work on this. And there are a lot of parents, and this is backed up, you know, by a lot of research being done by that group, that would testify that vaccine injury is actually causing a fair amount of the rise in autism. And so I think it is important for us as a county to have our eyes on that, which is one of the reasons which, you know, this piece of it doesn't fall under your department, except that you get the injury that then we need to support families with, which is huge. And so if it continues to increase, it does increase the burden on CMH and the financial burden on the county. And so, and these families very much need our support. So, you know, we're going to have to continue to look at that. But that, I would just note that that's one of the reasons why we feel so strongly about issues like parental consent and informed consent when it comes to vaccination. Because I know that's sometimes an uncomfortable subject for some people to talk about and to consider, but I think it's very important that our families are informed and our county's informed, because as those rates continue to rise, which they have been rising in an exponential manner, it's not only hard on those children and those families, but it is hard on the county and it's hard on CMH. So I appreciate your work in that area. And I know that there are a number of us on the board who want to continue to see services increase for those children. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And Commissioner Cosby,
We just returned from a NACO conference and there are federal funds that are being developed. There's a partnership between HUD and HHS to address this need specifically. I'll get you some of the information that we collected during that particular seminar. But yeah, the aging out of autism, you know, I've heard numbers as high as 1 in 22 in the next, I think, 6 to 10 years, 2030 to 2036. So, you know, as the person with autism ages, so do their parents. And so what are the next steps? It's going to get to almost, if it's not a crisis now, it'll be a crisis soon. So I know we've been addressing that on the board as well.
I'd appreciate that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moving along, we have now Department of Public Health 2023 Annual Report 9B, presented by Adeline Hambley.
I had in my my notes to say good morning, but I'll say afternoon now.
Afternoon.
So thank you for having me today. So like Lynn, I didn't just put what's in the packet for the slides. It's a little dry that way. So as our topic is kind of comparing public health then and now. And we have some interesting like relics, I suppose, in our department. We have documentation and notes going back to 1916 from school nurses. So I kind of wanted to make it a little more interesting with some history and some pictures for you. So you can go to the first page. Oh, wait, as a clicker. Thank you. Sorry. I put my paper over it. There we go. So some notes. So Ottawa County was defined as a territorial county in 1831. 1837, it was made a county by act of the state legislature. And some of the early settlement information, there were lots of different diseases that the communities had to deal with. Malaria was an issue because some of the wetlands and all that hadn't been drained yet. Cholera, and there were serious epidemics of smallpox. But the first Board of Health for the county was formed in 1871. Sorry, I get to go pick up new glasses with my higher prescription this afternoon, so I'm going to squint at this. So in 1873, Michigan formed a Board of Health. The goal was to protect from health and nuisances. In 1898, the Ordinance of Protection for Public Health was established in Grand Haven. Some of that initial focus was actually kind of unusual things like wooden sidewalks and fire hazard was a real focus for health in the 1898. In 1900, it switched more to actual communicable disease prevention. There was a public water supply in Grand Haven in 1884 and public sewer in 1892. And at about the turn of the century, we started to not see malaria in Ottawa County anymore. 1913, the Board of Supervisors for the county established a public health nursing program. There was a single nurse that had to go to all the rural schools across the county and provide education on health and hygiene, and as well as do some evaluations of students and well and sanitary conditions. 1918, right on the end of the Spanish influenza, the Michigan governor started to make it more of a priority for public health. So sorry, hold on, I had to take my. So due to the high rates of illness, so there was actual protocols put in place for influenza and other health conditions. But in that second, in 1931 is when Ottawa County actually voted to have a county health department. Dr. Tenhave is on the left. He was our initial health officer and remained our health officer until his retirement in 1964. And this was all enshrined in Michigan's Constitution in 1963. Specifically declaring that the public health and general welfare of the people of the state are hereby declared to be matters of primary public concern. And the legislature was directed to pass specific laws protecting public health. In 1978 was when the Public Health Code was signed into law. and that a local health code or a local health department shall continually and diligently endeavor to prevent disease, prolong life, and promote the public health through organized programs, including prevention and control of environmental hazards, prevention and control of diseases, prevention and control of health problems of particularly vulnerable population groups. This is essentially establishing the minimum programs and essential services that were required by local public health. As a side, just because it's really interesting, I think this paper is like tissue paper. I feel like I need to like wear gloves when I hold it, but this is a report from the initial school county-wide county nurse. So again, in 1913, there was an appointment for a county nurse and to make calls for those with sickness who lack means to prevent disease, visit homes and schools to examine children, report cases for care and treatment where families are unable to provide, and provide advice and instructions. I think of note on the 1916 report, 22 public schools were visited, 3 parochial schools were visited, which I think is quite the feat given probably what travel and roads and everything were like in 1916 at the time of this report. 737 students were examined, and they did physical examinations for hearing and vision, dental, and an overall check for communicable disease. And of those, 236 notices were sent to parents that additional follow-up was needed by a doctor or ophthalmologist or a dentist. One of the things that I think is really stands out and is hard to believe is that a lot of education had to be provided on health and hygiene, nutrition and healthy behaviors. And at the time, she noted 90% of all school children needed introduction to oral hygiene, as very few were brushing daily, and the majority had never even had a toothbrush. She also noted sanitary conditions at schools, that there was a shared small basin to wash hands and a communal drinking cup at the schools as notes for additional work needed. So this is an announcement from the paper in 1931 when the health department was formed. And they stayed very similar to the original goals of the county nurse. Home visits for tuberculosis, health education, examination of school children for dental, hearing, and vision, and general health, and provide free diphtheria antitoxin to physicians. They provided biological products for treatment and control of diseases, maternal and infant health programs, pardon me, and investigate communicable disease and prevent spread of illness. They also investigated water wells to prevent typhoid fever and other diseases, and general sanitations and nuisances that were a matter of health. So, what did it look like back, then? For communicable diseases, the different communicable diseases in the community included measles, whooping cough, smallpox, polio, tuberculosis. They had typhoid fever, cholera. Of note for some of the news articles in 1938, measles outbreak in Grand Haven. Also in 38, the first year in 8 years for the smallpox case, and 1949 new polio cases. As related specifically to tuberculosis, they did an extensive campaign for testing for reaction for TB. And that top right, the state of Michigan actually had trailers for x-rays that they would bring around to different communities. So those that had a reaction were x-rayed to determine if they were active cases. So now what that looks like, specifically TB, that we offered preventative treatment for 59 cases of latent tuberculosis to reduce the risk of the disease progressing to active. And we had 3 active cases of TB that we had to follow and treat. The communicable disease team also investigated almost 2,800 cases of reportable communicable diseases that require public health follow-up. And then, as many of you probably recall, there was a large outbreak for Cryptosporidium in the spring related to Critter Barn, and it was covered pretty extensively. The epi analysis graph there, we had 96 total, that includes suspect cases. On the left, 37 are probable and confirmed. So we had 96 with suspect cases. And I can say the suspected link was to newborn animals. I think maybe specifically sheep and goats. But Critter Barn was an excellent partner. They communicated quickly with anybody that attended. They sanitized and added hand washing stations, and they worked closely with us and with state veterinarians and established protective measures and future plans to prevent recurrence. In fact, they requested the environmental health team go out to their facility this week just to do a walkthrough and see if there might be anything that they were missing, so it doesn't happen again. Immunizations, we administered over 6,800 routine vaccinations. That is in addition to COVID-19 and Mpox. And we provided immunization recommendations to 158 people traveling outside of the US, 28 more than 2022. A couple of reasons, mainly people are traveling more in 2022. The travel immunizations, it's great to see the increase. There's currently, as you can see in the bottom right, a resurgence of measles through different countries in the world. And so we're encouraging people that are traveling out of the country to contact the nurses. They can, the travel clinic, they can provide you information of what diseases might be endemic and things that they should avoid. If you shouldn't be drinking the water, even if you shouldn't be petting dogs that are stray because there's rabies prevalent. So of measles is, however, a concern for us. That top right is as of February of 2024, the measles cases, and you can see it kind of creeping around Michigan. So that's something that we're keeping an eye on for this year, and hopefully we won't see in Michigan. So then for environmental health, they focused on well sanitation, food handler health, milk inspections, and rabies prevention. On the left there from 1931, so it talks about the water well survey of rural school water supplies. They were found 13 contaminated supplies and recommended well repairs and improving outdoor toilets or privies. 1938, they were doing food handler health examinations. This was specifically for anybody that did work in food service industry. They did physical examinations, usually looking for typhoid to prevent spread. And of interesting, I think is unique, is that Ottawa County was quarantined off from the state in 1939 due to the number of rabid dogs in the county. And so as a result, they had to establish dog wardens, which is now our animal control, and also establish shelter and rules for unaccompanied dogs. It's part of the reason that in some counties of the state, local health departments actually house the animal control at Kent County. Their shelter is under their health department. So we still do rabies work. Mainly, we send out samples for testing, and then if there's a risk, we advise the hospitals to do the prophylaxis. So environmental health obviously continues today. We inspect to ensure safe water supply, sewage disposal, food handling. We do not do milk inspections anymore. That is the state. So as you can see, we did 790 real estate evaluations, and 24% of systems, wells, and or septics had a deficiency that needed to be corrected. That was a risk to health. And then you can see the permits and finals that were conducted on well and septic systems. For food safety, we did a little over 2,300 restaurant inspections, and then 94% of high-risk food safety violations that were found were corrected within 30 days. The team investigated 83 food safety complaints. They respond and review that within 24 hours and of receiving a complaint. And so we do, sorry. My mouth gets dry when I have to talk a lot. So we offer at the end of every investigation or every inspection with a restaurant an opportunity to do a survey and provide feedback. Sometimes we will ask specific questions about something that might be going on, like a revision to the food law that may impact them. But we always ask questions about their experience with the inspector and if it was helpful. Of those surveyed, 97% of restaurants stated that the public health service was helpful. And then on the top right, our environmental health manager, Spencer Ballard, completed environmental health training on emergency response in Alabama. It's helping to increase our capacity to respond to emerging events such as floods or other natural disasters or hazardous materials releases. On the bottom right, awards for excellence in environmental health to 2 senior environmental health specialists on the food safety team, Rebecca Folkert and Kayla Anderson. So hearing and vision screenings and dental exams, as I mentioned, have been conducted regularly since 1913, the rural health nurse. So in 1916, the original county nurse, again, 90% of the children examined needed significant instruction on oral hygiene. As you can see, screenings have continued. That's 1967 and 1970 announcements. Now our hearing vision screening program, a little over, so 11,679 hearing screenings. That's a 13% increase over 2022. Of those, 305 children were referred for required follow-up. And then they completed over 19,000 vision screenings, which is a 67% increase over 2022. And of those, 1,664 were referred for follow-up. Some of the reasons that for those large increases over 2022, in 2022, we had newly trained staff that was still learning the job. There were a significant number of snow days, remarkably, not that you would know it this year. And the school schedules in 2022 were not back up to pre-COVID levels. So we're starting to schedule and get into the schools a lot more frequently again. Our oral health program. So the Miles of Smiles. We performed almost 1,300 preventative and restorative appointments for financially qualifying children. Again, 55% increase over 2022. They performed over 2,200 sealant applications, 39% more than 2022. Educated over 3,000 students about oral health and conducted 493 kindergarten oral health assessments. Similar to hearing and vision, part of that increase from 2022 is school schedules going back to normal so that we can get into those buildings more often. Sealants can also now be done on premolars for adults and baby molars. So you're seeing an increase in the number of sealants provided. And kindergarten oral health assessments is a new program required by the state. So that also puts us in schools more frequently. Public health education has always been a main focus. As seen on the original public health structure from a 1931 report, public health education is in one of those boxes. The bottom right kind of talks about the number of sanitary inspections and health education work provided in the schools. And a lot of that focused on hygiene, sanitation, nutrition, and healthy habits. For our health education program, Ottawa Food gleaned a little over 36,000 pounds of food for local food, helping, Grand Haven and Holland. And all of those things that are accomplished for Ottawa Food were through community collaboration, and that coordinator worked to bring entire group of community agencies from a place of no collaboration or knowledge of, or limited knowledge of what each other did, to build a system of collaboration that allowed for increased access to food and some efficiencies across the whole county. The Suicide Prevention Coalition promoted the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline through online advertising, 477,000 users with more than 4,300 clicking on the link for more information. We partnered to train with 3,500 individuals in heart safe community hands only CPR in the city of Holland. and then enrolled 725 people in the Step It Up program, which is a collaboration with the Parks program. 75% reporting meeting or exceeding the national health guidelines for weekly physical activity by the end of the program. So there old program, historically, the program has been recognized for excellence, honorable mention in nationwide contest in rural health conservation. It was awarded in 1935, 1936, and that article on the left is from 1937. Dr. Ralph Tenhave was the health officer from 1931 until he retired in 1964. In 1957, he was honored for his contribution to the advancement and application of new and proven methods for the maintenance of family and county health in Ottawa County. And in 1963, was awarded the Health Officer of the Year. There's, of course, numerous awards in between that and now, but just focusing on the way back when. This in 2023, Ottawa County was awarded national recognition for public health emergency and disaster response planning, and was also awarded the Michigan Jean Shabu Health Policy Champion Award for Excellence. The other big thing that happened in 2023 was our accreditation. A Michigan Public Health Accreditation Review occurred in 2023. It's been in place since 1999. It assures local health departments consistently demonstrate the ability to provide required services. It's more than a formal recognition of programs, as a health department can't operate without meeting accreditation requirements, which establish the minimum program requirements. So this evaluates our ability to meet those standards and ensures local level capacity to meet legally required public health functions. At the time of our evaluation, we were found to be in compliance with our MPRs, and in many instances, the department was recognized for demonstrated excellence in programs. So these are just a few of the reviewer comments. I think there's a larger page in the packet. So I don't need to read those out to you unless you really want to hear my dulcet tones. And so that is it. And I have to say, just so you know, on the top right is the environmental health team from the 1970s. So some of those folks still worked here when I started, but they would probably not be happy that I put that picture up there, but it's too good. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Cosby?
Not even questions, it's a statement. Honestly, it's an excellent report. Thank you very much. And I have to say, especially in the case of the health department, really truly outlined what I was looking for at the very beginning when I was asking, because I know you guys do data, you do trends, and you treat with scope of work. That's how, it's like if you change jobs in healthcare and healthcare leadership, is understanding what the, the role you are interviewing for really, what it contains. And so, I apologize for any kind of confusion that way, and I wish we would have had a better start. I really, truly do. I'm impressed with your scope of work. Dashboard format is kind of something that I'm accustomed to seeing. And you're talking about some things that I think are going to have to be on our radar, like TB, for instance, just given I've worked with you in the past, honestly, managing a patient who had active TB, and it was expensive and very complicated. And so I kind of wanted to know that, given our current migration patterns, I can't fix that, but I know that you're going to have pressure that way. So when I'm looking at it, even from a budgetary perspective, and I'm asking you for, like the different programs, the number of FTEs, the visits, it's a way of just tracking and trending when, it's like, when does it hit from like a red, yellow, green, you're in the green. And now all of a sudden we see a trend that it's red and we need more attention. This is what I was looking for. And I am so sorry that things have been blown to the proportion that they have currently. My intention was to be helpful. I love your Miles of Smiles program because it's a wellness and prevention program. It was one of those things that I've heard from the community that they haven't been able to get into sometimes. And so I wanted to learn more about that to see if we could direct resources that way. And I don't know if I've ever expressed it here. I did start the COVID testing center, the operations side, with one of the health system in this community. And one of the things I remember distinctively, because I called every positive for approximately 2 months before our nurse practitioners we brought them in. Was your team reporting to me that they didn't have enough FTEs to do some of the work? I would get a phone call sometimes a week or two after the positive. We had received the critical result and I had to call it within 3 hours. And so I kind of knew I did a health assessment at triage in the moment. And at one point I finally got an opportunity to say, hey, we're giving you the original contact trace information. It's like, are you not able to pull that up? The Holland Hospital did a fantastic job. I mean, they created a separate department with electronic health record. We were able to pull the patients. I could do it just in time. When you called, I could answer. But the person on the other end, and I wish I remembered the name, said to me, that they hadn't been able to do anything with that contract trace information because they lacked the resources to do it. So my intention was to help there. And so I'm hoping for the next 10 months or so that's something that we can get back to. It's the real business of the health department. So thank you.
Yeah. And I would, I know we've, it's been emails, but I think it'd be great if you wanted to come in and sit down. I think it would be helpful to, I guess, dial it in, and we can go through and show you some of the different reports that are created and generated now. And you can be like, yeah, that's the one I'm interested, that information. Because really, I think it's a challenge. It's certainly a challenge to create the report when you don't have data collection. It's also a challenge when you have a lot of data to figure out how to distill that into something useful. Like I think on one of those comments from the reviewers for accreditation, it was, I think one of the reviewers said that the maternal infant health did a remarkable job because they met all of their markers and it's over 80.
Right.
And obviously you don't want a report with 80 things for just maternal infant health when we have all these other programs too. So it might be helpful just to flip through some of those different things to dial it in. And I know I've talked, I think I'm hoping to touch base with Deputy Administrator Wetmore some more too, because when we had briefly touched on it, he had some ideas. So we're supposed to meet, and I hope I'll add that to our agenda if he's okay with it. We can touch on it some more as well.
Well, and it allows the leader to not necessarily to break down into the 80 different objectives, but to have just a reference, an immediate reference to know whether or not your team is doing a great job, has all the resources they need, or they need your intervention. And that helps us on our end to support what your needs are quickly without knowing the 80 interventions. There's 17 different programs thoroughly, like the experts do in your organization. So thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Bonema.
Just want to follow up on the kind words of affirmation from Commissioner Cosby and supporting your needs. Coming back to Ottawa Food and coordinating the program, because a lot of work needs to be done now in order to prepare for deliveries and the coordination of getting the food and from the farm to the end user in the spring and summer months. So I know that that's a need that you have. Earlier, I heard that from our finance chair that you have some unfilled positions. So you have some funds that were set aside to fill those positions that are not being used, and they could be allocated towards filling this position. I wanted to bring up to maybe Mr. Jordan, is there anything legally standing in the way from Director Hambley from reappropriating unused funds to fill a need that she currently has in another position?
That is a very interesting question. And I'm not sure how to answer it. So I think that might even be more of a question for finance than it is a legal question.
The suggestion came from finance to do that. So I wanted to see if there's anything that would be a roadblock to allowing her discretion to do that.
I will talk to finance and get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, off the cuff, I would say yes, at least in the legal language that we see for the appropriations that are passed through for state funding. It's got very specific uses, requirements. So like if it's specified for wastewater services, or septic systems, we can't reroute that to pay for something like Ottawa Food. And so there are challenges because of the different pathways and the requirements on those funds. and where and what they can be used for. So, yeah, it's continues to be a challenge.
Is that something that we can work on this week? Mr. Jordan?
I'm marking it down right now. I'm going to be talking to Karen as probably later on today.
Great. Because if something needs to be done, I'd love for it to be presented to finance so they could consider it.
If we can do that, we'll get back to you on it.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Rhodey.
Thank you. Hi, Eddie. So, kind of along those same lines, just to help us understand better. So if a position is not filled, oh, sorry. If a position is not filled, and so there obviously then are some funds there from that position that weren't spent on that position. And I know everything can be really intricate as far as funding goes and what money is supposed to go where. So you guys are keeping track then of, we have extra money here, we have extra money here, and all those different funds, correct? When
Yeah, I would say a lot of those positions that are open are not, they're open because they were vacated or recently vacated and are in the process of being filled. Or there are a couple positions that were on hold. And then because we got additional funds, I don't know if you remember, but the state for those essential local public health services, there was a significant increase in that amount from the state in this year's budget, 2024. And so there are previously positions like for a nurse practitioner that was on hold because we didn't have this extra 300,000. And now that we do, but that ELPHS, that's an acronym, sorry, Essential Local Public Health Funds are very specific for very specific things. So it can only go for, they tell us the amount that goes to food safety, and the amount that goes to wastewater, and the amount that goes to immunizations or communicable disease as part of the essential service. And then it has to stay in that, as I think Lynn was saying, it has to stay in that bucket, in that stream. And so I would say most of the positions that have been open or were open are just kind of a turnover in the process of being filled, not a vacated, removed because it's not needed. But even if it were vacated and removed, say a food inspector left, and we can't take that and say, okay, this is for us specifically tied to the program requirements of implementing the food law, and then use it somewhere else. I couldn't even use it to hire a well or septic permitting person, even though they're all EH, because it's very specific food safety. So there's challenges like that tied into the funds that they pass through to us.
Okay, and with some of those positions, are they sometimes a combination of, grant monies and general fund monies? And do you have to keep that equation the same then?
That varies as well. So if you remember too, Title 10 does have a requirement. I get to it. ELPHS, the essential services, has a minimum requirement to it. And so our minimum required, minimum maintenance of effort, they call it, is $2,039,000 for Ottawa County for those programs. And that's exactly, or we might have $2,040,000 is how much general fund is going to those programs. So again, even if it's vacant, I can't use the state funds because they have their pathway, but I can't use any of the general fund that could potentially be freed up because then we fall below the maintenance of effort. And then all of the funding we receive from the state becomes at risk. So it varies depending on which program. So some of the grant funded, like Title 10 has certain matches. It depends. As far as I'm aware, we don't have programs that have a vacancy that has this excess of general fund that doesn't just meet the minimum of those other funding requirements.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay. Yep. And then I have another question too. So in looking at the report, I noticed some numbers that I just have a question about. So hang on a second. I gotta get my computer running again. So let's see here. In my packet, it's page 37, but it is the financial report. So
Okay.
it's a blue page.
Yep.
And it has 2019 to 2023 on it. When I look at 2023, near the bottom, you have the fund balance. So the fund balance at the beginning of the year for 2023 was 3,401,599. The fund balance at the end of the year was 4,179,742. And so I'm just curious about that because when we were doing the budget in the budgeting process, the numbers that we were working off of were a little different than that. And so we had the same number of 3,401,599 as the beginning of the year fund balance, but our fund balance for the end of the year was projected to be $3,036,360. So that's a difference between projected and then what's in this report of $1,143,300. And so your report came in, you know, over $1 million higher than what was projected when we were working on the budget. So I'm just curious as to the status. I know that, you know, we took some of that fund balance and applied it back to the public health budget. So I understand that we don't have $4 million sitting in there right now.
Right.
But I would just like to follow up this week with Karen and with you and to see just what is the status of that fund balance and do we have some funds there that we could work with in regards to needs like Ottawa Foods. So
yeah, I can, I'll follow up with Karen and Nina and we can get you that information. I know it's, there's some things in there. It doesn't account for what was included in the budget for 24. I think the ARPA funds that I think are being pulled back because we don't need as much cost-based reimbursement catch up as was originally allocated is in, I think the total is in this.
okay.
And so I'll follow up with them and get like some of those details in there
Okay.
so you can see it. So I'm not sure exactly where we sit with the new budget.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Would you like me to send that as a PDF to anybody or if you would like?
Yes, I bet right.
If you ever have a hankering for history, feel free to come in and look at those as well. It's pretty interesting. So.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the history. We're moving to 9C, Department of Veterans Affairs Assessment Presentation presented by Jason Schenkel. Welcome, Jason.
Good afternoon. I am hopped up on Mountain Dew and ready to go.
All right, let's go.
Well, first thing we wanted to get going really was the mission statement. I think that was our foundation to really build out the departments, to kind of look back and figure out really what we're here to do and what our mission is. So we revamped the mission statement. And then the second part is our vision statement. So I had a colonel that I worked for, a brigade commander, and he pounded in our heads, it's deeds, not words. And that's our vision statement for the department. It's about deeds. It's about taking care of folks, and that's what we're going to do. So really the needs assessment started really internally with my first day of work. And, it made sense really to have conversations with all the department heads to get to know them personally and help me navigate the county system a little bit. But also, my first question was how can you help me? Every department I came across, what can you do for me? I really wanted to see where we had some overlapping resources that I could help, that we can possibly use, budgets, communications and that sort of. So we really kind of focused on internally, get to know the other departments. And then we moved externally. So was running pretty fast for a few weeks. Got an opportunity to get out to Kent County, Allegan, Muskegon. Got to Grand Valley to meet with the veteran service officers on campus. Got to downtown Grand Valley campus to meet with the upward bound folks. We had an opportunity to spend time with the Holland VFW, the Grand Haven VFW, the Grand Haven Legion. And as I talked with, we're going to get up to Coopersville and tomorrow and here soon. And really that was an opportunity for me to just kind of shake hands, introduce myself, get in front of folks and find out really what the needs are on the ground. I wanted to get that assessment done. And then obviously we also have our Veterans Committee, which has a lot of good, valuable insight. And I want to thank Commissioner Wenzel for coming down and spending some time with me at the office. Firsthand got to see what the facility looks like and the mounds of paper. So another external thing for us to look at really was the GDX assessment, which is the geographic distribution of VA expenditures. And this comes from the feds. I know it might be a little hard to see. Basically, the federal government basically pushes this down and drills down to the state and then to the county. There's some things that are very interesting about this report. And I even went back to 12 to kind of give you a snapshot of what 10 years ago looked like. There's correlations in here with population. And if you notice, when you go from 12 to 22, our veteran population is decreasing. And it has, and it continues on that trend. What's really unique though, is if you look at Ottawa County's population and compare it to Muskegon, we have a larger veteran population than Muskegon, but their expenditures for compensation and pension have always outpaced us throughout the entire year. And then I threw Kent in there just for the simple fact that I know there was some questions about Kent and the standards that Kent has, but they operate differently. Their population is twice the size of ours, sometimes almost 3 times the size. And they're operating off of a millage, so it's a little bit different what they have. But when we look at the compensation and pension, it's unique for the fact that as our veterans age, and now we're getting to really our Vietnam era is really where we're currently at. The compensation and pensions start to increase. So our work doesn't decrease, it actually increases because we're serving more folks within this population. And it's also unique that we're serving a lot of spouses. Most of my calls in the last couple of weeks have been from spouses that don't understand how to navigate the systems or what resources are available to them after a spouse has passed away. So we're kind of working through those, but it's unique to see the numbers for the fact that we can correlate it with our branding, with education and what we've done as far as our communication methods. And we'll talk a little bit more in reference to that. So we get into the SWOT a little bit. I know I promised Commissioner Crosby a SWOT. Here's your slide. Couple things. One, strengths. I always want to go back to the previous group, and they were appreciated. I can tell you within the population and the scope of what they were doing, the longevity of their contract, they had some great relationships, most specifically in Holland, and they were passionate. And they were also very fiscally sound. They did keep the numbers and the budget down, which was always good. Weaknesses, we talked about it, paper systems, which is really hard to get the metric data that we're really looking for. I can get data, and I did, but it's just not as easily obtainable as some places are. Weakness is our marketing, advertising, and our social presence. And I'll get into that a little bit more too in the next slide, but really we don't have a strategic communications plan. And really that boils down to education. And then our location and our space and our feel. And then that sounds kind of weird, but our location is it doesn't feel like the Department of Veteran Affairs. It doesn't have that feeling when you walk through the door. And I love the hospitality of the health department, but it's the health department, not the Department of VA. So we're appreciative of the help that we get and the support that we get, but I really need to look at a different space that makes people feel that they're welcome and this is their space and they feel like they can communicate and they can get the help they need. So we'll continue to look into that. Opportunities, geographical opportunities to reach population outside of Holland. I will tell you if right now I would think we're more Holland Department of Veteran Affairs than we are Ottawa County. So there, we have a lot of opportunity to get outside of Holland. We love it there. However, there is some geographical needs throughout the county. So currently, we have an opportunity for some accreditation with the county as well. Job fairs, resource fairs, advertising campaign, and a big one now is a spouse and family member services. We'll talk a little bit more when we get into our pillars. Right now, the real threats for the department is veterans leaving Ottawa County for help in other counties, and the lack of consistent service due to lack of accreditation. So what does that mean? We rely on veteran service officers from the VFW, the American Legion, and the veterans or the Vietnam veterans to service our veterans in Ottawa County as far as federal claims goes. We're not an accredited county VSO. There's nobody on staff. I'm not an accredited VSO yet. I'm working on it. So the threat is that if any one of these organizations were to pull back that resource, or if that resource went away, we wouldn't have the opportunity to backfill that right away. So it's a concern. Right now, we have a great relationship with them. I don't see them leaving us anytime soon, but we don't have a county, somebody from the county to backfill that need. Overall assessment doesn't get any more simple than this. We are a reactive department. Our education and communication plan is really what's going to drive our numbers up. Right now, most of the folks I talk to don't understand what benefits are available to them. We have not really utilized any marketing advertising campaigns to educate individuals within the county of what the VA department can do. And it's specific, right? So when you look at what a county can do, what the state does, and what the federal VA does, there are specific resources at each level. And those are muddy waters that most people have a hard time navigating. So big part of what we need to do is education, because we need to inform folks. I get calls every day that I refer to the federal, sometimes state. And it's really just the lack of understanding of what each layers of that government system looks like. So rebranding is a big portion of what we need to do, along with prevention. I think that's a big one is we're reactive for the fact that people, we're not doing any preventative services. So my initial strategic plan, obviously we're going to dig a little deeper into short-term and midterm and a long-term plan, but really first and foremost is to get accredited. Right now we actually are now a member of the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers, which is our first step for the actual department to get accredited. After that, then we go through some training in April, then we got to go through the MVAA, and then there's cross accreditation that has to happen. Most folks just think once you're a veteran service officer, you can file claims, and that's not true. You have to have a power of attorney. That power of attorney is through an association, and unless we're cross accredited, we won't be able to provide all the resources. So cross accreditation is vital. It takes roughly about 7 to 9 months to get accredited. So it's not a short process. Plus we have to follow other people's schedules. So we may not, if I don't make this April class, then the next one won't be until September. So that just goes to show you it's quarterly. So time is not necessarily on our side. We do now actually have the ability to work through Vetrospect, which is a federal software. I was able to get that taken care of. So now I'm a licensed user. I have the ability to go in and administratively see things. I can't make claims, but I do have the ability to now pull some data and some reports. We do have a Ottawa County Veterans Stand Down Day and Resource Fair, which will be August 23rd in Holland at our Civic Center. That is with a combination of folks through the VFW and nonprofits throughout the county in West Michigan. So more to follow on that, but that's Friday. I have our second planning meeting. The Stand Down will focus on homeless veteran population. The Resource Fair will focus on folks that are functional veterans, but may need additional assistance through other resources. So we're going to hit both angles. Some of the other counties broke them up into two pieces. We're going to do them both at the same time. And we have some corporate backing on that too. Miller Knoll and a couple of the other corporations are sponsoring some space for us. So, so here's the pillars. We talked about it. Really the foundation being the county, the Veteran Affairs, and then really community support nonprofits that are going to hold the pillars up. The pillars hold the roof. The roof is our veterans and their family members. Employment, education, health, and quality of life. Right now, we're only really working out of two pillars, so our roof's about to fall off unless we add the other two. So mainly where we're working out of now is health and quality of life. On our rewards through our county clerk, we do our transportation services, our funeral allowances, our community trust funds. Where we're really lacking is in employment and education. Education is right now, we don't have anybody on staff that is a subject matter expert when it comes to educational benefits and navigating on the job training or apprenticeship programs, utilizing their post 9/11 GI Bills, how spouses or family members can obtain scholarships. Right now, we're just kind of referring them out to our education partners like Grand Valley or down to Hope. Employment, we have some relationships, but I really think our relationships with our corporate partners in the county need to grow as far as career support, job fairs, employer outreach, award systems for and participating employers, and then also supporting our veteran-owned businesses. So I think there's some opportunity for us to really show our appreciation to our business owners in the county and really highlight those veteran businesses as well. So I think really the pillar is my strategic outlook. Obviously, we need to plan in order to really build it out, but we really need to really start focusing on the other two, education and employment. My Mountain Dew is kicking in. So here's the staffing. Couple of things we need to look at. Our veteran service, really, we're looking at a north and south. If we divide the county up into a north and south, maybe M45 north and M45 south, we would have a veteran service officer, which would be a hybrid role. They'd be able to do claims, but they would also focus on county resources and outreach. And then that would really give us the ability to be mobile. We could meet at places. When we start servicing our senior population, transportation becomes an issue. Mm-hmm. So being able to be in places that is a little more easier accessible for them. And that's why my plan would have us having a north and south VSO, so they would be able to do that. An administrative assistant obviously would be in events planning and helping me do the daily operations. And then I'm really focused on, I want a summer intern, and I want that summer intern to come from Grand Valley, and I would like them to be a veteran so they can see what the veteran space looks like, and be able to take that knowledge out to the field and kind of work through those things. So I can highlight a few data points too. Our funeral expenses have actually started to decline, which correlates with population. So I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing, and it's a topic nobody really wants to talk about anyway. We've increased our average number of appointments with our VSOs. Last year in 2023, we had 827 appointments for people to file federal claims. A big part of that was the PACT Act. So a lot of folks were coming in to register for their burn pits and that sort of, so that's actually started to slow down a little bit. So it's starting to level off. But we've increased every year, year over year. 2022, we did 632 VSO claims to 23 was 827. We've increased our number of medical transportation trips. 2022 is about $15,000. 23, we went up to 21,000, and we averaged about 3 trips per day. Our call volume went from 1,600 in 2022 to 1,949 this year, with equal amount of emails, and then our in-person visits kind of leveled out as being the same. So the data kind of shows that even though we go back, our population is decreasing, but our resources have to increase in order to support that population. So, and right now, like I said, our biggest population is the Vietnam generation. So in the next couple of years, it's going to be a lot happening in that sector. So anyway, questions?
All right. Thank you very much, Jason. Any questions? Commissioner Miedema.
Hello again. I was going to
Hi.
say good morning, but it's not morning anymore. Thanks for your presentation, Jason. I wondered, it looked like you had met with most of the department heads here in the county. Did that include MSU Extension with some of their veteran services yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
And I still have the clerk to go to. So we're meeting within the next couple of weeks.
Okay. I noticed I'm on the MSU Extension Committee board. And so I had just noticed in an email that they're hoping to connect with you and talk about some things that they're doing and collaborating.
I did get that request.
Did you get it?
Mhm.
Okay, good. Add another one. Someone else has something right now they can, but I wrote my notes all over the place. So someone else has a question, go for it.
Commissioner Cosby?
I have a card for you, and I think it was from the National Association of Counties Veteran Services. I believe he's an officer holder. We had an opportunity to speak with him at the conference this week. Week. And he has all kinds of really great ideas he'd like to share with you, like hurdles you don't have to jump. I think he'll give you some really good opportunities that are available.
Okay.
Including VSO, but I will get that to you.
Have my
Commissioner
notes
Miedema,
again.
yeah.
All right. I wondered, you had mentioned serving a lot of the spouses after a spouse passes away. Is referring them to the layers of grief counseling something that will be tailored in, or at least is that something that they're looking to you for, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. Most of it is what's called a DEC, which is their disability income. When their spouse is 100% disabled, they're eligible for some of those funds. So a lot of it is applying for that. I had a couple of home loans last week where the spouse had passed, but they were looking to apply for a home loan and being able to utilize those. Couple of cases with Social Security. So what's unique about Veteran Affairs is that there's a lot of crossover between Veterans Affairs and our senior population and what we do. I find that most of the cases, especially within that population of age, I find myself outside my scope quite a bit. But we talked about deeds, not words, right? So that's not a big deal. But there's a lot of, how do I apply for, Social Security? Or now I'm planning for funeral expenses, or I'm planning for medical. I've had quite a few calls in reference to couples getting moved into healthcare facilities, and what does that look like, and where does that funding come from? So really navigating really more funding and resources, not necessarily to help. We're fairly unique in Ottawa County too when it comes to the homeless population and the mental health population. We have cases, but it's not the sheer numbers that you would probably see over in Kent. So most of it is really navigating the VA, to answer your question, because I want to.
No, I really appreciate your thorough response to that. That was great. I noticed, one of the weaknesses that you've mentioned was the marketing, advertising, social presence. Do you feel that you'll be in an okay spot by the time you want to have, for example, your August 23 event? Enough mechanisms in place to actually get the word out? You have a good resource, like a good handle on knowing where our vets are within the county and how to reach them?
I do. Yeah. So our communications manager, Shannon's given me some great data. We were able to, and we have some data that was collected. And I don't like to use the word collected. We have data that the clerk has through some of the initiatives that they did with some veterans. So I have some email lists and some things as well that we can get pushed out. I think initially our communications strategy is going to stay with the county. I don't foresee the VA getting involved in Facebook or any social media for the fact that I don't know that I have enough content to be relevant right now. Also, I don't have the time to manage that. But yes, to answer your question, we'll have the ability, plus our relationship with our veteran service organizations, that's another layer that we can utilize to help get the word out as well. So we'll utilize their social presence and a couple other ways. I think mainly with the communication is it's a rebranding of who we are and what our mission is. And we need to make sure that the county constituents know that that's what we're here to do.
Thank you. I just have one more question. You mentioned underneath when you were talking about the educational plan and then rebranding, and then you talked about prevention services. What do you see are the prevention services? I guess some examples of what a prevention service looks like before it.
Sure. I mean, if we look at employment, you don't quit a job to find a job, right? So do we have the ability for veterans to come in and be proactive in their job search? Are they being proactive in their resume building? Do they understand how to navigate the employment sector? We have resources through Michigan Works and a couple of other nonprofits that we can also provide resources for. But the preventative is if you're going to look for a new career or a new opportunity, or you find yourself in the need, we have the ability to steer that person in the right direction and give them the resources available. Again, communication, education, being able to provide that.
Thank you for elaborating.
Thank you.
Anything else? Commissioner Bonema.
Jason, thanks for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Just wanted to have you expand a little bit more on the number one threat that you listed in your presentation, which was that veterans are leaving Ottawa County for help in other counties. Could you give an example of that? And what specific county benefit are they getting from, say, Kent or Muskegon that they're not receiving in Ottawa County?
Yeah, so it's not going to be really county resources because we're going to kick them back. So if somebody were to come to me from Kent or Allegan or Muskegon for a county resource, I'm not going to be able to help them. So I'll redirect them back to the county that they come from. And same with us. So if you go up to Muskegon, Kent, or Allegan, and the majority of the business that they're getting from us is really on the federal level. So it's not necessarily county resources. The federal resources can be any accredited veteran service officer can provide that benefit. I can go to Detroit and still make a claim for Ottawa County. So you're not going to see that. But what you are seeing are folks that are going there looking for food vouchers, or going to look at their food pantry. Or, I mean, Muskegon has the ability to do some food voucher work that we're not doing. Plus, I mean, we're unique as a county for the fact that our populations sit on our borders. So Spring Lake, Grand Haven, and naturally have a flow to go to Muskegon. Us in Holland, usually here, or Hudsonville, Jenison, Allendale are going to find their way over to Kent. But they're not getting any additional services. But as they leave the county, they're not necessarily coming back to us. They're gonna stay where they're at. And then they're gonna come to me at the last minute. So again, we're not being proactive, we're being reactive to them coming back to us, saying, hey, I was referred by Muskegon County, after I drove all the way up there, because if we're being fair, that's where our federal clinic is, right? So we have a clinic in Muskegon, we have a clinic in Wyoming. Naturally, people flow there because that's where the federal VA system is. So it kind of drives them out of the county, to be fair. Not necessarily that we're losing them, but it's the flow is taking them out, if that makes sense.
It does. I think what you're saying is there are no benefits that Ottawa County has not been offering to our Ottawa County veterans that they were able to get elsewhere.
Correct.
Because actually that would be illegal, because Ottawa County tax dollars have to be spent on Ottawa County veterans.
Right. When it
And
comes to the county resources.
Same
you're
thing for
correct.
Muskegon and Kent County veterans need to go to get those tax dollars from those locations.
Right. However, they still can go there for employment help or any of those. Where we're limited on is the budget and the funding that's approved through our general fund. That money cannot be spent on somebody, a resident outside the county. But there are resources that aren't costing us anything that it does. You can cross the border and it wouldn't matter.
And just to give a clarification on the dollars that are currently available for a veteran here in Ottawa County, it's currently $1,500 per year?
Correct.
Correct. And how does that compare to, say, Muskegon?
Muskegon doesn't have a limit. They're based on a committee. This is what's unique about Muskegon and Kent, again, is they operate off of a millage. They don't operate off a general fund. So where I come to the committee and say, currently we're at $1,500, I would like to ramp that up to 25 due to inflation and cost of living. We would have to go through that process where their millage is already paid for. So there are times where they have, I don't like using the term, but it's a repeat customer. They have the ability to provide food vouchers every month. They can help with gas. They can help with rent, utilities above and beyond what we can here. So that's an internal need. That assessment's been made. Our veteran committees already had conversations about that type of money, but I don't want to deflect from that.
Well,
but when we are where we are as far as our budget is concerned through the general fund, where really Muskegon and Kent operate out of their millage.
So Commissioner Zylstra and I met with your counterpart up in Muskegon, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he did inform us that Muskegon has a limit of $500 per veteran. So we're roughly 3 times the benefit of Muskegon.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, the 1,500 is actually the state minimum guidance. So that's what the state's put out. We can increase that, but it's got to go through the committee for approval. But no, they're probably, there's a couple, and where the verbiage gets a little twisted up too, is there's this, through the statute, through Michigan, it's what's called the Soldiers and Sailors Relief Act. We don't call it the Soldiers and Sailors Relief Act. We call it the Ottawa County Veterans Committee Fund. But it's theoretically, it's the Soldiers Sailors Relief Act. We changed the name of it. Why, I don't know, but we did. And then the other set of funding comes from the state, which is the Michigan Veterans Trust Fund monies, which you can only get every 2 years. So ours is once a year, the state's every 2.
And just to wrap up, one of the #1 needs, as I was talking to veterans about what they would like to see change here in Ottawa County, is this $1,500 that we have available to us, that currently it's available to help with rent, keeping the utilities on, those types of things. They would like that expanded to include helping them meet with a counselor of their choice. Maybe we could create a list of preferred providers that we work with that could be approved through your office, but have access to other counselors that are not necessarily through the VA, but more localized here, to give them the tools that they need to get through a situation. So I'd love to see some work done on that.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of parts of that. One, we actually have a West Michigan Veterans Navigator. Her name is Autumn. And Autumn's job is to kind of connect all those resources together in West Michigan. Secondly, one of the original parts of my assessment was with other departments, and community health was the big one. So Lynn's team is very involved in the veteran space. I have her name's Hadley. She's doing amazing work. And part of that is within the veteran. So we're building our partnership with community health as well. So, and then obviously nonprofits. I had a site visit Friday with a tremendously awesome nonprofit that works in the veteran mental health space. So I wanted to vet them out before I started. So it was a great
And we can
visit.
talk offline, but there are several nonprofits and professional agencies here that have specifically trained counselors for veterans already on staff, ready to engage.
Correct. Correct. So that's actually, if I had an opportunity to bring an intern in, that would be their project, would be put a resource guide together. Give them all summer to put this thing, because we're, like we talked about, I think in my first initial meeting, was trying to navigate all of the government and nonprofit and for-profit agencies will make your head spin. And you know that, you've been working in our space for a long time, but be able to put that into some context and make it a very easy, user-friendly guide to not only for people to give out, but internally for us to use, because it can get muddy trying to figure out where to go.
Thank you.
Right. Commissioner Rhodey.
Hi, thank you so much for your work so far on the assessment.
Week 6.
Yes, yes. And also I'm excited to hear that you're working with the nonprofits. That's great. I know we have some really great groups in the area. So I have a couple questions in regards to the VSO issue. VSOs that was one of the needs that was identified early. Some people have felt that it's super important to have a county specific or even like a county employed VSO officer, because they were just noting the need for somebody who's highly trained, highly experienced, and very knowledgeable in navigating that. It was interesting when we were at NACO this week, as Gretchen mentioned, we talked to somebody who was very engaged in this space. And he said one of the things that NACO, which is the National Association of Counties, one of the things that their Veterans Committee is working on is getting federal funding to pay for county employed VSO officers. So we'll definitely want to be keeping our eyes on whether or not that comes to fruition, but that would be amazing if it did. So along those lines, I'm curious, you're talking about going to training. Thank you, Gretchen. You're talking about training for becoming a VSO. And then I noticed on your chart, about your organization dream. At this point, I believe you had 2 VSO officers on there. I know we have people coming in and doing it for us anyways, but just curious about what your plan would be long-term. Like if you could do ideally what you would want to do within the department, where does that fall with the VSOs? Do you want to be highly involved in the area, or do you see yourself still as more overseeing everything as opposed to being busy at VSO work, if that makes any sense?
Personally, yeah, no, if I don't have to file claims, I'd be more than happy not to. Oversight's where I would like to be myself. And I would say that really to go back on that question, the importance of a county VSO, not necessarily is the claims aspect of filing claims, but the ability to view and visualize claims. Right now, if you were to ask me where your claim was in the process of being approved, I could not tell you that. I would have to find that VSO that you have a power of attorney with and ask them where you're currently at, which would be, as an example, the BFW with Mike is Mondays or Tuesdays and Thursdays. If you don't talk to him on Thursday, it's Monday or Tuesday the next week before you get an opportunity to speak with them. So as a accredited VSO, I would have the ability to go into Vetrospect or into the Federal Benefits Association and be like, this is where your claim sits. this was the last letter that you received telling you what your denial was for, or this is what you've been approved, we would have the ability to do that. So it's not necessarily that let's go out and file as many claims as we can. I think you also have to be careful with that because the reason why VSOs are accredited through organizations is because there's some backing when it comes to claims and legal. There's some legal aspects of that, right? You're talking with people's HIPAA information. You're making claims that may not get approved. And then you could find yourself in some vulnerable positions when it comes to that. So we need to be smart when it comes to getting VSOs on board. And like I said, even if I were to hire somebody tomorrow who's already accredited, we would have to look at cross accreditation too. So you wouldn't just be able to walk in tomorrow and be ready to go. There's going to be some training. And then go back to the National Association. I mean, there's 16 hours that's required every year for continued accreditation, not only with the National Association, but through the MBAA and through the Department of Disabled Veterans of America. So you're talking, weeks of continued training in order to keep your accreditation. So I think we just have the ability to utilize our VSOs in more of a hybrid opportunity to be involved in the community as well, and then have the visibility to see claims.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just continue to educate us on what you're seeing and what those needs are. I'd appreciate it.
Well, you got no choice. I'm the only one doing it.
Right? True. Yeah, thank you.
All right, any Commissioner Ebel?
I know that you were talking about the VSO and just working at the Howland Hospital and working in case management and discharge planning. Whenever we had a veteran who needed help, it was very difficult for us to navigate the system because we weren't sure who to call. And we tried to call Grand Rapids, we called Kalamazoo, and it was just really hard to provide for them and assist them with, the wide range of issues that they had or they brought with them, such as, the VA benefits, filing claims, finding healthcare and housing. And that would be very exciting to have someone, that we can call that's local and able to help us because we wanted to help them, but it was just very complex and very difficult. And so I do appreciate the fact that we might, that we're going to have something local. Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else? Okay, I'll wrap it up. What I'm here, thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. What I'm hearing is that it was an excellent decision by the board to prioritize building this department and hiring a director without delay. I know some were not of the same opinion, but I'm very thankful that that's what the board's decision was and that we're making progress. That was not an accident. There was countless hours that went into this in the last year by board members. And so I just want to say thanks to Commissioner Rohde and Cosby, Miedema, and others who made this a priority and for helping spearhead the effort to take action without delay. And I think it's great. I'll wrap up by saying that is an example of deeds, not words. So I'm very thankful and I'm looking forward to the future. So thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we are up to item 10, public comment. Is there anyone who would like to address the board? Of 3 minutes, could address your comments to the chair and state your name and jurisdiction.
Hello, I'm Monique Hansen from Spring Lake Village. I want to thank Roger Belknap. When I Googled the war on children, the results brought up the conflict between Israel and Palestine. Thank you for bringing awareness to the war on children in the Gaza Strip. The UN has warned that people, particularly young children, will soon start dying of severe dehydration. UNICEF has said what's going on is a war on children. and that of the nearly 25,000 people reported to have been killed in the Gaza Strip since the escalation in hostilities, up to 70% are reported to be women and children. We should all be demanding a humanitarian ceasefire to end suffering and protect children who do not have the privilege of remaining innocent to the realities of war. The killing of children must cease immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Good afternoon, Rebecca Patrick, Allendale Township. I wanted to comment on the format of today's agenda. The bulk of the agenda was originally on the consent resolution and subsequently pulled off. Your board rules state that the consent resolution is for non-controversial items. The items that were pulled off of today's consent resolution totaled $1.5 million in expenditures. If spending $1.5 million doesn't meet the definition of needing action item review by the full commission, I don't know what will. But more concerning is what appears to be an attempt to turn the presumption of the consent resolution on its head. The presumption is that all of these action items will be on the regular agenda unless they are known to be non-controversial. But we have apparently moved into a new realm where the default is that all items, no matter their cost or their nature, go on the consent resolution, forcing commissioners to be on the alert and hoping that something does not slip by inadvertently. I would like to underscore this type of gamesmanship erodes public trust in the board leadership. If it's not caught by alert board members, it threatens to further erode public trust and disenfranchise residents whose voices are not represented in committee. It's unbecoming in our elected officials, and I am hopeful that this will not be a new standing practice of the board chair. Add to that a related matter, a very late addition to the agenda at 8:59 a.m., 1 minute before the meeting started, with no announcement, no explanation, no heads up to the public. I find that completely and totally ironic, given the display that we were treated to as another member of the board attempted to get a couple of items on the agenda with great reluctance and much back and forth. So I have to ask the question, how does one get something on the agenda? How does one get something on a committee agenda? Why do you not codify this in board rules? Then we will all know, it will all be understood. Everyone will have a clear complete idea of how to get something on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board?
Sheila Detloff, Holland Township. I took several notes during the meeting. They're not necessarily related to each other. I'll see what I can get through. I also wanted to mention the consent agenda. I appreciate the Commissioner Bergman requested getting those items off of the regular agenda so they could be discussed. Clearly, some of those were controversial. Even you, Mr. Moss, changed your mind and agreed on something that would not have gone through if you had left it on the consent agenda. Historically, part of the things that were part of the consent agenda were approving the minutes of the previous meeting, approving general claims from accounts payable, post-execution ratification of contracts, correspondence log, which I was interested to see that when I did my research. Thanks for the long meeting. I had plenty of time. I haven't seen a correspondence log in a while. Receiving reports from committees, things like that. Salary increases were not part of the consent agenda. RFP and bid approvals were not part of the consent agenda. Full faith and credit pledges were not part of the consent agenda. So historically, what you had on the consent agenda this morning really didn't match what's been done in the past. I can't even see the clock without my glasses on. As far as using business principles in government, I'd like to remind you that that's how we got the Flint water crisis. So please be careful with how much you want to bring those into your consideration. They should not be a substitute for actual ability to govern. I also want to point out, thank you for enlarging the clock, now I can see it. I also want to point out the discrepancy of, especially with Commissioner Cosby, being in favor of spending $100,000 with the strategic plan with absolutely no details on a potential RFP, but won't put the Ottawa Food Coordinator money on the Finance Committee agenda, even though Lisa Ugansky had already given multiple data points on the program. I was sitting here when that happened. I do though, and scroll down. I do want to say that I'm encouraged by the spirit of cooperation that I saw here this morning when Adeline Hambley was presenting, especially from Commissioner Cosby. I've also seen all of you though sit here and listen to her give her reports and seem to take in the information that she's giving you. But then later you turn around and make a statement contradictory to that information, or you act as though you had never gotten the information. So I encourage you to continue with the cooperation, but please internalize the information and use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Luke Sanner, Park Township. Bit of an observation. It seemed like we had two invocations here this morning. The official one from Father Kramer and then Joel Studebaker in his public comment. And it was interesting sitting here watching, and something you don't see if you're on YouTube. I encourage everyone watching to come to a meeting. What the camera doesn't show is the difference in the way the Ottawa Impact affiliated side of the dais behaved during those invocations. During Mr. Studebaker's prayer, there was attentive silence. During Father Kramer's prayer, there was eye rolls, smirks, comments to each other. Yes, you, Gretchen. So it's
Sir, please address the chair.
yet. It's just very unbecoming of a bunch of elected officials to sit here and do that. So again, please come see what these people are doing. Come see how they actually behave. You don't see everything on YouTube. Come to the meeting. I don't care if you're for them, against them. Please come. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Yeah, I know, but Spring Lake, I, like another speaker just indicated, tried to take notes during the meeting. I want to touch first on the strategic planning discussion that took place. I'm thinking in particular a Q&A exchange between Commissioner Ebel and Deputy Administrator Wetmore. It was very hard to hear some of that back and forth. It really was difficult a lot of the time to hear you all. Just want to remind you to pull those mics closer, please. But I heard something that sounded like Mr. Wetmore saying something about in his conversations with vendors in the RFP process that there were some issues with elusive numbers. Again, hard to hear. But what I'm wondering if this has something to do with the fact that I also heard him say something about there's big differences between profit, nonprofit, and public operations when it comes to strategic planning tools and available vendors who do this work. And I think that's what, a lot of us have been trying to say. There are big differences between profit, nonprofit, and public service and government operations. So as just a suggestion, I've heard Commissioner Cosby say multiple times phrases like business units and things like that. I'm sorry, but when I think business units, I do not think government departments. And I just think clarity of language might help when you're trying to find a good vendor for this process. I'd also like to touch on the consent agenda morass that we witnessed this morning. What I saw was a very clear indication, no matter what the board rules say, what precedent has told you, is a lack of trust. And as one commissioner put it, I believe it was Commissioner Bonema, a breakdown in communication. That's clear. That's clear to the public. It's clear that it's happening not only between commissioners, but also between certain elements of the board and the county administrator. My point being this, is that when there's this level of distrust that's on a display, I don't think you're going to save any time by placing items on the consent agenda, because look what happened today. And finally, I just want to say again, as someone who's witnessed much of what's gone on in this boardroom in the past year plus months, I know I have issues of trust born from what I've observed. So if I were sitting in one of these seats, I know I would not be 100% confident that the chair wouldn't try to slip something controversial onto the consent agenda. So I really do encourage you to revisit the process that you used this morning. It was complete disarray and did not inspire public trust. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Hi, I'm Heather Coors, South Holland.
I wasn't gonna come today. I watch it all the time, but the whole deal this morning with following what the speaker before me said and what I watched and what I heard, passive aggressive towards the other commissioners was heinous. And I had to come because I couldn't believe the juvenile antics of the OI in that sign. I Googled it. It's about child sexualization, what I found, or not educating children about sex ed, which is pretty nuts considering if you don't learn about yourself, you can't care about yourself. So the only war on children, I think in that regard, is the one that you are making up. The only war on children is taking away their books, taking away curriculum, and indoctrinating them through your parental rights agenda, which I find absolutely ridiculous. How can you use your children like that? You don't own them. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Is there anyone online who would like to address the board?
Yes, we have 2 online.
Great.
Nope, just 1 now.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
We have Joe Spalding. Joe, can you hear me?
I can, thank you. My name is Joe Spalding, and I speak proudly as a Latino in Holland Township. Frankly, I think that people like Karen Obitz and Sheila are very, very smart, but I was surprised that y'all didn't try to sneak important things down in the consent agenda almost a year ago by now. It's usually a lot of the NIMBY morons that end up in the chairs that you're sitting in, Joe. Those guys try that pretty quick. So that's really, really slow. And we're talking about deeds, not actions. If you're going to fill your role, man, you got to do a little bit better. Those are rookie numbers. Lucy is reading prepared statements she did not write, and only on the items that were not pulled from the consent agenda, which means I know somebody else wrote them. That's hilarious. Belknap, I'll watch your washed out Rand Paul fake documentary if you watch Boys Don't Cry, but I know you won't because you're a rank coward. Joe, look at Gretchen Cosby over there. She was the only person to review Nate Kelly to replace Adeline Hambley. Don't let her little soft apology fool you, Joe. She 100% is on your side, Joe. She is Ottawa Impact through and through. And it's like if the president of Selena's fan club was trying to take credit for the success of the J-Lo movie here. Now, Joe, you retweeted this amazing tweet by the Mackinac Center this week. And Mackinac Center is right about one issue exactly. And that issue is the burdensome zoning that happens at the local level and the need for statewide regulation to stop overregulation of landowners' property. The thing that's funny about this to me is that zoning originally came about because the Supreme Court banned housing discrimination blatantly based on race. They banned outright illegal zoning. So then we went through the system of redlining, but also we went through a system where communities were zoned for single family home only, and property rights were taken away from homeowners to develop their land into duplexes or triplexes in order to keep out brown people, frankly, from moving into existing white neighborhoods. And then people would claim that it was built out. This is all stuff that you would know if our county had a DEI office, but y'all dissolved it. And the thing that's ironic about this is that the original Supreme Court decision that made blatant housing discrimination illegal, it wasn't done because we wanted to stop discrimination against people of color, which was real. It was done because that was seen as an affront to the homeowner rights of landlords. So all of this was triggered by economic reasons, and then it resulted in blatant racial discrimination. And we're back full circle to the economic consequence, which you notice, but you don't know the history, and you have no idea what you're talking about up there. And so I'm calling on all of you to reestablish and fully fund the DEI office. And the irony of the Supreme Court ending this issue, ending blatant actual discrimination, shouldn't be lost on you idiots, even you guys.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to address the board?
It looks like we have one more online public comment.
Great.
Nancy?
Okay, can you hear
Nancy,
me?
Can you hear? Oh, yep, we can hear you.
Okay, this is Nancy Cochran from Georgetown Township, and I'm speaking to take issue with the sign that's strategically planted between Commissioner Belknap and Chairman Moss. It's to me, it's and you might want to check with Mr. Jordan, but I think the fact is that it's a prohibited use based on Public Act 269, which says the prohibition includes, but is not limited to, the use of personnel, office space, computer hardware or software, property, stationery, postage, vehicles, equipment, supplies, provide volunteer personnel or other public resources. A public body is prohibited from displaying political signs, brochures, pamphlets, etc. in any government building or government property. That sign should be removed, and this will be reported to the Michigan Campaign Finance Committee. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board in the room? Anyone at all? All right, I'll wrap up with a quick statement. I'd like to thank the board for enduring the attacks and bullying by the left and Democrats. I have heard attacks calling conservative Republican commissioners things like heinous, stupid, dangerous, evil, morons, idiots, etc. So add fascist to the list. The person is yelling it from the audience. One public commenter encouraged people to come watch the meetings. I think it's a great idea. If you did, you might see that same public commenter who made the suggestion mouthing "F-you" to commissioners. He's clarifying it's just me. So anyway, commissioners, thank you. Continue to do the right things, even in the face of bullying and attacks, verbal attacks from the left. Focus on freedom, and thank you very much. We do have an item of additional business, which would be, we'll skip past 11A and go to 11B, which is an update on the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference. Does anybody have any updates from that? That was this last weekend. Commissioner Rhodey?
Yes, I just wanted to share a couple things from attending that conference. So, and these are beyond the many policies and initiatives that were shared there. I think I likely have at least a foot of papers on policies that we brought back for us to be able to reference and review. One of the meetings that I was at, David Bernhardt, Secretary of Interior under President Trump, talked about President Trump's focus and priority of obtaining results for the people. And he differentiated his prior service under the Bush administration from his service under President Trump's administration, noting the high level of productivity and courageous action, which had been absent under President Bush and vibrant under President Trump. When asked by Commissioner Curran, thank you for asking the question, what made the difference between those two administrations, he boiled it down to action and courage. David Bernhardt shared a time when his department was taking new initiatives for the people and came under heavy, intense media criticism. President Trump called him and said, "You must be doing something right. Keep going." And then secondly, in the evening, one of the evenings on our own, we went to significant historical sites in Washington, D.C. And I think it's just really good to kind of recap some thoughts from there. We went to a number of sites, but they included the Thomas Jefferson Memorial and the Lincoln Memorial. And I was impressed upon that at a time when Americans are told that God
has no place in government or discussions of government. That our nation was built with a foundation which very much was built on a faith in God and an invitation for him to be a part of and to bless our nation. So I just wanted to read a couple of the things that are inscribed in some of those monuments in Washington, D.C. So I got it locked out of my computer, so give me a second. At the Thomas Jefferson Memorial, around the top of it is inscribed in very large bold letters, "I have sworn upon the altar of God, eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man." And then in another section is written, "God who gave us life, gave us liberty. Can the liberties of a nation be secure when we have removed a conviction that these liberties are the gift of God? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just and his justice cannot sleep forever." And then at the Lincoln Memorial, he again had a number of things that talked about God as well, or included him in the language. One of them I thought was fitting even for our community where we, have disagreements. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. So thank you for the opportunity to share that. I know for me, it was very meaningful to be able to go and just observe, how important that was at the founding of our nation. And I believe those truths continue to be important.
Commissioner Miedema.
Commissioner Rhodey, I really appreciate what you shared. I could resonate with what you said. I think one other small piece that stood out to me was the taxi ride back to the airport. And I asked the particular driver if I said, we will be praying as a group a little bit later. Is there anything you'd like prayers for? And he said, prayers for peace. Our nation is in turmoil. And I believe it is because there's such a self-absorption that people are only ever thinking about themselves. And he said, that would be my heart, is praying for peace and to look outside of oneself. So I really appreciate what you said again. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. I guess my last comment is just based off your comment, Commissioner Miedema. A true source of peace is only found in Jesus Christ.
Amen.
So anyway, seeing as we've reached the end of our agenda, this meeting is adjourned.